Oh, hello everyone. Looks like the benefactor is running late. Again, he does this all the time. No matter how much I manage his schedule, he can never seem to show up to his own events on time. Typical humans, always concerned with nonsense. Anyways, looks like I've been put in the precarious position of managing this live stream until he decides to show up. No matter, give me a minute to pull one of Ben's pre-written scripts here. Ah, there we go. Let's see here. Welcome everyone to the live stream. I'm your host, Lena Bott. Today we will be discussing time dilation within the thunderstorm generator. Wait, it says in the script here, I need to make a joke about how Benefactor once recorded an episode with no pants on. But that's not a joke. That really happened. I guess I just don't get his humor. Let's start with our first video, and hopefully he gets back soon to take over this mess of a stream. Oh dear, seems like I forgot to ask everyone to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. He's much better at this than I am. He better be back soon before I screw it up this time. These first two videos are courtesy of Jordan Collin from Alchemical Science. He is working closely with inventor Malcolm Bendall on the thunderstorm generator and has a pretty amazing summary of the story of the groundbreaking science and events so far. Be sure to subscribe to Jordan's channel, Alchemical Science. Okay, time to grab your popcorn and let's start the video. Now, where did I leave my cookies?
How to dilate time and generate power in plasmoids. A recovery of the music of the spheres. Absolutely everything which has form and function has a determinable frequency, a timing which determines its objective nature. From the large to the small, from universes to planets, to human beings, to ants, to protons, and all other observable phenomena on all scales, all can be considered in terms of music and frequency. Our ancient ancestors knew of a sacred harmonic pattern hidden within the very foundations of the science of numbers and the cycles of the celestial bodies, a template from which the basis for all scientific knowledge could be recovered, should it ever be lost or forgotten. This pattern has been hidden in plain sight all throughout history, all around the world, in science, religion, literature, music, art, architecture, and in various other forms. This is my attempt to provide evidence for this and practically explain how time, space, plasma, and power can be manipulated using a theory of numbers and music, building on the work of Bendall, Roden, and Nightingale. I'm Jordan Collin from Alchemical Science, and you'll be able to catch me this year at Cosmic Summit 2024, so you can book your ticket now online with the link in the description. Thanks for all your support so far. Let's see where it goes.
I feel so lucky to have been put into a position where I could see this. And you guys are the first people to see this. And you've got the opportunity to make this happen. You have to get the word out.
Welcome to Alchemical Science. I'm Jordan, an open source researcher who has for the last few months been covering the advent of a very new and simultaneously very old form of technology. In this video, I'm going to try and cater for everyone. If you're new to this, welcome to a video you probably didn't expect. I hope this will bring you up to speed and you will find it both enjoyable and enlightening. If you're an old hand, don't worry, this isn't just a recap of old information. We'll be delving into the new significant findings of the last week and a bit and breaking down what it all means in the second half of the video. I think a quick recap is valuable for everyone at this point. So this has been a really big week for everyone who's been following the development of Bob Granier's research on ball lightning or plasmoids formed via bubble cavitation, and his analysis and testing of Malcolm Bendel's thunderstorm generator, Dr. Bin-Juan Huang's fusion reactors, and other cavitation systems working on similar principles. We'll talk a bit about this and reference some of these other systems a little bit later in the video too. So Bob's recent findings, which he presented unfiltered, spread over several live streams and videos on the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project YouTube channel last week, they're really serious findings. The potential implications for nearly every field of science and for every human on Earth are absolutely profound. There's no other way to put it. This isn't a drill. I'm not exaggerating for effect. This has actually been quite an emotional week if you've been following all of this. A quick pause to offer thanks to everyone who's been sharing and liking the videos, and particularly a very special thank you to those who donated to the channel. It's really not easy to work open source, and it's directly thanks to you guys that I have time to spend on this video today. And remember that Bob and MFMP also work in the open source domain, and you can find their donation links in the description of any of their videos. So these type of projects are for the community and they're funded by the community, and that's the way that things stay out in the open. So thank you guys. So what are we going to cover in this video? First, I will give you a brief and easy to understand overview for the newcomers or those who just got a little bit lost on the way, what the technology actually is, what it does, and what the processes behind it are. So we'll introduce some of the researchers, the inventors, and the other main players who've been involved in the collective research around plasmoids or ball lightning, and how these phenomena can be reproduced and harnessed using various synthetic systems, including, of course, the thunderstorm generator, which has been my own passion project for a while now, and that was my introduction to Bob's work too, and many of these other researchers and systems, when I just kind of found out this was way bigger than just the thunderstorm generator, although that is a very special system on its own. So this should set the scene nicely and get everyone up to speed. So in the second part of the video, we're going to break down Bob Granier's recent earth-shattering findings and explain what they mean for science, for history, for reality, and for the thunderstorm generator and other cavitation systems. So there's a fair bit to cover. This is like a lot of the pieces of the puzzle for decades of research suddenly just coming together in a huge implosion. And as I've mentioned already, the implications are far-ranging. They go far beyond what most of us have probably been considering or expecting so far, or maybe we have been expecting it. Again, I'm going to be sticking to layman's terms and keeping my language as simple as possible. As usual, Bob's announced his findings in all their technical glory over on the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project YouTube channel already, and I encourage anyone who has experience in chemistry, physics, or other related fields to go and watch the original videos, particularly anyone who has experience with the scanning electron microscope and that type of laboratory work. So the value I aim to bring to the table with my videos is just in their simplicity, their broad accessibility to alternative-minded scientists, home experimenters, and the generally curious public. So it's important to me that the world moves together on this technology. With that in mind, we need your help. Once you've got your head around this, if you're seeing what we're seeing here, and you understand how important it is, please share this information as widely as you can. So let's get into it. What is this old, new technology? What is it doing? What are the processes behind it? We're going to start with the basics here and just build up to the most recent findings, tell the full story. So essentially this technology itself, no matter which system we're discussing, is all about water bubble cavitation. So in simple terms, this means forming a bubble in water with a few specific requirements and then collapsing this bubble. So we want to do this because when bubbles are collapsed or imploded under just the right conditions, what Dr. Matsumoto termed electronuclear collapse, they produce an unusual phenomena. We call this phenomena a plasmoid, or a charge cluster, ball lightning, or an exotic vacuum object. So essentially the bubble, when collapsed symmetrically into this toroidal geometry, produces a homeostatic fractal ball of lightning that does not immediately dissipate, and which can actually feed on anything surrounding it, taking in surrounding gases like hydrogen, carbon monoxide, and carbon dioxide, and even denser matter like carbon,
iron and other heavier elements, ripping them apart at an atomic level and harvesting them as energy. So any deconstructed excess energy to the requirements of the plasmoid is ejected in the form of free protons and electrons, which then quickly reform and synthesize as new elements. So this process of stepwise synthesis or transmutation has a signature pattern, which Bob has clearly identified and outlined in his new findings, but we'll get to this soon. So the reason why they're sometimes referred to as charge.
All right, welcome everybody to a very special live stream. We've got Mike Does here. Mike, can you hear me? Actually, I might need to be the one to adjust my settings here. Sometimes this StreamYard gives me issues. Let's see, Bluetooth. Nope, he popped out. Oh, he'll be back. Alright, so I'm going to start the video again. And we'll pick up from where we left off. And we'll have some dialogue with Mike as soon as he gets back. I was also hoping to talk with Gerald. I'll send Gerald the link as well, and anybody else that wants to join in. Alright, I sent Gerald an email with the link if he wants to join in on the discussion tonight. And let me load up the video that was on. That was a Jordan video from Alchemical Science.
In this field of study, I've certainly spoken to many.
There we go.
So after they're formed, the toroidal plasma structures are then employed in subsequent phases of the system to instigate further reactions. So for example, in the thunderstorm generator, the primary focus so far has been on the transmutation of carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and hydrocarbons from the exhaust waste stream of the internal combustion engine and coal power plants generators into oxygen, nitrogen, or other more suitable elements in this context using no additional energy input. So this gives us a mechanism with which we can essentially control all pollution caused by the burning of any carbon-based fuel source, and also a way to remediate degraded environment, land, air, and sea almost effortlessly, considering we already use combustion engines for nearly everything.
All right, Mike, can you hear me? Oh, I can't hear you. Give me 1 second. I was having issues with StreamYard and my headset earlier. Let me try changing this. I'm gonna try getting back in. Give me 1 second. Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah, and you're talking and I can't hear you. That's so weird. Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay, I got it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
All
My
right.
bad. I'm kind of stupid when it comes to this stuff. So we were watching Jordan's recap video on ball lightning and the thunderstorm generator. Um, I know that Gerald had some interesting things to say about the subject regarding the Ark of the Covenant. I sent him a link. I was hoping that
Ooh.
he would join us at some point. And again, anybody else that wants to join us, like Nathan, if you're watching, you can always, join in.
Should
I'll
I
send
put
you a
the
link.
link in the description?
Not for StreamYard. Not for
Okay.
StreamYard, because we don't want just anybody coming in. Remember, Crypto had somebody. He did that. He opened it up for his audience, without vetting them, and he had
Well, in
somebody come on.
StreamYard, you have to go to the settings and require authentication to avoid that. And I have it set like that. So
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, he had somebody come on and like play some.
I know. Same thing happened to
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. So yeah, we got to be careful. But if anybody within our group is watching and wants to join, I'm always open. And then of course, if anybody else outside of the group wants to join in at some point, I'll have to vet them before that happens. So anyways, we were discussing time dilation within the thunderstorm generator. What are your thoughts on this subject, Mike?
I don't know enough about the thunderstorm generator to really.
To have any okay, well, that's why we're watching this recap video. We'll watch it a little bit and we'll discuss it a little bit if you want.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a
And
magnetic
there's also
field generator of some kind, it would probably dilate time. Probably.
Mm-hmm. And Malcolm's theory specifically is clockwise. What do you say? Clockwise explosion reverses time, and anti-clockwise implosion accelerates it within his generator. Because there's two spheres, and those spheres have other spheres inside them. So they're like spheres within spheres. So you have the cold intake and the hot exhaust kind of combining, but they're not actually touching. But they're separating charges within the system.
Gotcha.
also some increased fuel efficiency in the engine
Separating
due to the
charges.
plasma structures
Okay.
Yeah.
being both a charged fuel source themselves and a catalyst for the synthesis of other
Yeah,
combustible
I mean,
elements,
I don't know
like
enough
increased
about it
ratios
to
of
really
hydrogen and oxygen that can go into
dive
the
into
engine.
it in any way. Got to see a
Right.
diagram or something like that.
Yeah, and then we'll see some diagrams here. I'm not going to play the whole video because it's really long, but this just gives us a recap of everything, basically the story so far of the thunderstorm generator and the evidence behind it.
Formations of reactions and explore how they can be reliably reproduced on a small scale. But in the case of the thunderstorm
I didn't
generator,
notice any
it's actually
induction coils
the
in the
pre-production
device. It looked
prototyping
like it
phase
was
already, with the
just
eventual goal of being
compression
mass-produced
chambers
and rolled
mostly.
out on scale to solve a number of practical global issues. And this is kind of updating every week, getting it much more serious. So to summarize, the various instances of the technology, including the thunderstorm generator and Dr. Bin Zhuan Huang's reactors, the systems we will be primarily focusing on in this video, they're all used to produce tiny water bubbles, which are then imploded under
Johnson asks,
specific
is the
conditions to
thunderstorm
form
like the
homeostatic fractal charge clusters, which we call
The heat
plasmoids or ball
generator
lightning.
is
And these plasma
two
structures are then
pipes
used
with
as a
two
catalyst
air-
for further reaction.
two opposing air flows of burning gases causing a plasma. It might be similar.
You
I
said what
don't
now,
know.
Mike?
I know the Geet engine is like two pipes.
Oh yeah, so the Geet is similar, but it's not exactly the same. The reason why it's not the same is because I guess according to Bob Greenier, the tolerances to actually get the system to work for the Geet is extremely difficult. While the thunderstorm generator is easily replicatable, by like any experienced garage technician, and the idea was he wanted to have he wanted to be able he wanted to have people in third world countries who have limited access to resources and stuff. Oh, we're getting an echo. Wanted to be able anyways, so he wanted to people who have limited access to resources like third world countries, like India, who's like polluting themselves to death in these condensed areas. He wanted them to have access to an easy schematic for the thunderstorm generator, its ability to transmit the or actually transmutate the carbon into oxygen, so to clean up the atmosphere a little bit. And his idea was, okay, so all you need is a little bit of metal, and you can take that, and you don't need the exhaust tubes for the car that you're using or whatever. You don't need the exhaust pipes, so you can just take those and melt those down and form your own thunderstorm generator ball, and or tube or sphere. They're balls within a sphere within a sphere, and it's as long as you have the schematic for that, that's really the hardest part. Everything else is kind of rudimentary, and you can kind of scrap together the rest of the pieces. And the idea was to have this easily replicatable, because he wants it to be spread worldwide. He doesn't want like just a couple people managed to, we finally managed to replicate this technology. No, he wanted it to be easily available and in the hands of many people. So I think that's the brilliance of his design, is it is easily replicatable. We have seen many people replicate his technology successfully, and it works. And the crazy thing is that this is some of the most groundbreaking, mind-blowing technology of the last century that is actually been proven, not just some myth, and nobody's talking about it in mainstream science. They're just ignoring it, and it's very obvious. It's telling like, oh yeah, so this technology is real. It's doing something that science says is impossible or unconventional, and we're just going to ignore it because it goes against everything that we've built up the story so far. So it's very interesting, but it's very sad when you look at the implications, because unless this technology gets out, and we do need help getting this technology out, and share the heck out of this stuff with everybody you can, and that's how we do it. We have to bypass the media entirely, because eventually it'll get so popular they can't ignore it.
Which can transmute one element to another element, and they can also act as a fuel source themselves.
Well,
so
it seems to be getting popular already.
Processes
so.
behind the overall results obtained by
Yeah, I'm very hopeful, because it's starting to catch on. So
specific systems. The thunderstorm generator, for example, creates extreme hydrodynamic shear in the next stage of the system.
So you want to use
by
your
polarizing two opposing hot and cold, expanding
your
and
screen here, or do you want to stream on your side? The StreamYard? I don't know.
Sir,
It works.
you have an incoming chat from the Crypto Alchemist.
I don't know how to.
Should I put it up on the screen?
Navigate.
oh no,
StreamYard.
Lenny, I see it. You said what, Mike?
Do I have it set up right on the YouTube or the video? Is it displaying correctly?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I have it streaming on my end correctly. I don't see anything on your end, though.
On my end? What do you mean?
Yeah, inside StreamYard. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you got my stream up. I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I thought it was looking at me. Never mind, yeah, so you're doing it correctly. That was correct. Awesome. No,
probably
that's cool.
like that is best.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. Okay, and that works.
Because, if someone joins, they can't be seen on your end.
Right.
Unless you're streaming what I'm displaying here on your end. You should
That's
just because you're already in the stream. You're already in the stream now. You could
Should I
just
do a present?
Yeah,
I
present.
do. Okay,
Oh,
that
let's do it
will work because I've never done that with
Let's
a
do it that
website.
way.
But let's see.
How do
I
we
should
do
be
that?
able to. Present,
So-
video file, share. Oh, share screen. Here we go. Plasmoids. Nice. Okay, is that working now?
There you go. That'll work
got it?
better.
Awesome. And then I'll put this up for my stream too, and everything.
Bendel is the inventor of the thunderstorm generator. He's developed his own model of physics called the plasmoid unification model, built on direct observations of natural phenomena. He works with the likes of Nikola Tesla, Martin Fleischmann, Ken Shoulders, and incorporating the work of some modern names like Randall Carlson, Marco Rodin, and some much more ancient names and texts too. But in this model, he explains the nature of physical reality through considerations of geometry, resonance, and numbers, natural form and function. It's a unification model. His model is expansive and it serves as the framework within which he designed the thunderstorm generator and some of his other future technology. So I'm a serious student of Malcolm's theory, and you can find numerous videos on the channel about plasmoid unification model and the thunderstorm generator. So go and check out those after this one if you'd like to learn more about that. And if you want to find more about Malcolm himself or get access to his open source notes, you can visit his website, strikefoundation.earth, or soon to be strikefoundation.org, I believe. And you can also find Malcolm's lecture series on how
Then
to,
see if you could find
which
any diagrams.
Randall Carlson assisted him with.
You talking about diagrams of the plasmoid unification model or of the thunderstorm generator?
Aren't they related?
Yes. So the plasmoid unification model is the theory that birthed the practical application of the thunderstorm generator. Basically, that's it in a bottle. I can give you both, actually. Let's see. All right, so here's one of them. I think, no, that's not it. This is it. All right, so here we have, wait, where'd it go?
If you want to just present another screen, just leave the one you got running and add another. I don't know if you can do that, but should be able to.
I'm trying to figure out where this image is. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is the plasmoid unification model. It doesn't have the little bit at the bottom, the description at the bottom. Some more diagrams of the. This is the explosive or implosive turbine engine, I believe.
I'm not seeing anything. You gotta share it or.
Oh, I gotta change it in the StreamYard. Hold on.
No, you could just present another window. Leave the one you got presented already running.
Yeah, no, that's what you mean. Yeah, I gotta. It says I gotta stop screen. Hold on.
It does.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm getting used. I'm new to this whole StreamYard thing, so.
Could send me the link.
There we go. All right, so this is the diagram for the plasmoid or for the thunderstorm generator. We have the pre-ionization chamber right here, which is the first step of the process that imprints the frequency needed for bubble cavitation in the next process.
What powers that?
So this is just UV light. Yeah, just basic UV lights that you would get at a a pet store.
And water is going through there?
No, just the air. So the air intake that's the normal air intake from the engine. Yeah.
I see H2O above it written. Where is it? In pink and orange. H2O.
Water separated into HNO.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like a fuel cell.
Yeah, it's basically a fuel cell, but a very fancy one and very. it's simplistic but very accurate in what it does. So as you see, the air is pulled into this preionization chamber, and it imprints a specific frequency into the air, making it easier for these plasmoids to form under bubble cavitation. In the next step, the plasmoid generator, which is just a vat of water, a tube of water with some steel wool in it to kind of act as a catalyst to break up the bubbles finer, because the bubbles have to be very, very small, smaller than you can see, in order to collapse symmetrically, and that's the key. They have to collapse in on themselves symmetrically, or else they don't form these self-contained bits of plasma. They'll just
So
form
making these small bubbles is like making plasmoids.
Exactly. So you're making microscopic plasmoids and using micro bubble cavitation in this process.
And then I see they come out the top there and go in that other device, the carburetor in.
Yes. So they go out the top of the plasmoid generator, and this is the cold air stream. Okay. It's not actually water though. It's just a cold air stream of plasmoids. So it is actually like water vapor.
Of hydrogen.
Right. Well, it hasn't broken up into hydrogen yet, but it's water vapor, and the water vapor is being sucked in. And in this next process, in the thunderstorm generator, that's when it's disassociated.
And that's that ball shaped thing that they heat up, right?
Yes. So it is basically a tube within a sphere within a sphere. So, and then you have...
How do they heat it up? How is it heated up? Electrically, with induction, or what?
No, it's not. It's not heated up at all. So that it is. Well, it's heated up, but it's not heated up electrically. Like, it's heated up with the exhaust output. So the exhaust output here is really hot, but the thing is, when it collides,
it goes in the outer chamber.
Right, and when it collides and it separates the charges in here, this tube gets extremely hot, hotter than any exhaust manifold should. Right, like it's getting like red hot, and you can see like the I think they're plasmoid structures, or they're like parts of the plasmoid structures that are that you can see like little lights coming in and out of the sphere. It's really wild.
It looks like the exhaust is flowing into the outer chamber of the carburetor, specialized carburetor. They called it oh man, what did they call it? The thing that a bladder. Looks like, from what I remember, I watched a few videos. They called it a bladder. The exhaust from the generator heat goes out into the bladder's outer chamber, because there's two chambers, and it flows the opposite direction that the plasmoid water diffused bubbles is flowing.
You see
in
that?
The inner chamber. No, I don't see anything. What are you talking about?
Oh, hold on. Let me share the screen again. Present, stop, and then present, share.
I know. Hey, that looks like a very elusive fuel cell to like run a generator off of water, basically.
But look at this. This is something that is kind of telling of the system and what it's doing. It's basically replicating what the sun does. It's insane. Like, look at these little flares that are coming in and out of the material.
Yeah, I see that. Those little spots of light.
Yeah, I'm going to actually slow it. They slow it down at some point in the video, but I can slow it down here. It's little flickers of light, see? And it's coming in and out of the sphere.
That is interesting.
It's insane. Yeah, it's insane. And look how hot that's
getting. Well, hold on.
That's...
Let me just explain. What I think is going on here is the exhaust from the engine is flowing through the outer chamber of the bladder in the opposite direction that the diffused water is flowing upwards. So I think the exhaust is flowing down from what I can see in that schematic, and the diffused water is flowing up. So there's two chambers inside that bladder, and you have two flows of two gases, I guess you could say, at different temperatures. So yeah, it's a natural plasma generator like that. Just like the GEAT. Just like the GEAT. The GEAT is very much the same thing.
Right.
So the GEAT engine does the same thing, but not with diffused water into plasmoid bubbles, but it does it with gasoline and just makes the gasoline like
I sent
100 times more efficient.
Right. Just to interrupt real quick, I sent Lulu, I sent Crypto, and I sent Nathan a link to the stream in case anybody wants to jump in as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this is all very very crazy technology. And I know Gerald doesn't agree with Malcolm a lot, and to be honest, I haven't made up my mind entirely. But the theories are very fascinating, and a lot of what he says lines up with what we see in the evidence. So we have to take him at least seriously to some extent with what he's telling us is happening, or is his theories of what's happening in the system. And everything points to time dilation within those spheres. And because the plasmoids are self-contained, they're not affected. They're basically immune to time. They're not affected. Like, if you could shrink yourself down into the size of the plasmoid and you're inside the vortex structure, there's a little null area, right, where nothing, time just doesn't affect you. And I think that's the same space that's created if you see the alien replication vehicle, the ARV, the basically an anti-gravitic propulsion vehicle. Supposedly it's creating a bubble where you're just not affected by those those effects. So I think we're seeing, because like Malcolm says, there's nothing new under the sun. Nature doesn't have radically different math for big and small. Humans do that BS. So if you're going to make sense of the big, you're going to have to understand the small and how they connect. And this is really how I think they connect is through these sacred geometric structures in the form of plasma. If you look at reality, right? Reality is made up of solid, liquid, and gas all around us. But what's in between that solid, liquid, and gas? The fourth state of matter, plasma, in microscopic form. And that's what's creating everything, creating elements.
Yeah. So what I remember in this, as far as the states of matter goes, is you got liquid, solids, gases. What else? Plasma is the fourth one, and then the fifth one is ormic. Ormus, the fifth state of matter, the monoatomic.
I've not heard of that. Please explain the fifth state of matter.
That's what everybody calls monoatomic minerals,
okay.
or monoatomic orbitally rearranged.
And that's a phrase I'm not familiar with, because I know Bernie mentioned that he makes monoatomic water.
Plasma is fourth.
Right. So does that just mean it's structured water, or so that's technically a fifth state? You're saying?
Yeah. Let me just throw something out there. Nobody's ever said or stated or even introduced or conceived of thinking of light as a state of matter. But I do. I mean, it's
well, I know that,
the state of matter. Matter gets lit up by light, and that changes the state of that matter. I mean, technically speaking.
That's interesting theory. I know that Tesla described light as like sound perturbations in the ether, but the implications of that I can't wrap my head around entirely. I guess I just don't have a big enough picture.
Well, I mean, plasma is like, because plasma is very similar to light, from the optic point of view.
So, yeah, and this going back to the thunderstorm generator,
like a fluorescent bulb, is a plasma.
Mm-hmm. Going back to the thunderstorm generator, though, it disassociates the hydrogen and the oxygen within these spheres, and it feeds the hydrogen back into the system to increase efficiency. But not only that, it it cleans up the exhaust. So what you see is like atmospheric level oxygen instead of like really, really high carbon levels. I can pull up the results here. But it's remarkable. And the thing is, it also cleans the engine, the plasmoids, because the plasmoids embed themselves in the metal. They kind of embed themselves in certain metals, and I think they go through organic material pretty easy. So they're very odd structures that can go in and out of some materials and embed themselves in others. And what we
I
see in the
watched
thunderstorm
about an
generator.
hour of the Malcolm Bendel's video talking. I
Uh-huh.
saw about an hour or two of him, probably on your channel and another place. And I remember him saying that the plasmoids embed themselves into materials.
Yeah, and when they discharge, like they store energy, and when they discharge, they can release enormous amounts of energy. So when they embed themselves in the metal, you can literally leave the system off like he did for years. And as long as it was running for a long time and has that accumulation of plasmoids embedded in the metal, those plasmoids are still there years later. And when you turn on the system, he said, you don't even need to turn on the ionization chamber or the plasmoid generator. You just turn it on, and the plasmoids there embedded in the metal will take care of business for at least 20-30 minutes. And then you have to turn on the generator again to generate more, to, introduce more bubble cavitation. But it's remarkable, like it's what kind of battery do you know that can sit there for years and still maintain its efficiency? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if you're hitting a battery with plasma, some kind of plasma matter or plasma itself, if you're able to, expose a device to plasma or even a material, all kinds of things could happen. You never know.
Yeah.
I mean, plasma is a state of energy, though.
What is most interesting, I think, about this system is me finding out that Malcolm actually had to detune it. You know how you have to tune the system to be most efficient? It was too efficient to the point where if it's like as efficient as it can be, it will melt the metal, and it'll get so hot it'll melt the metal of the thunderstorm generator. So this system is designed to be slightly detuned, so it's not as efficient as it can be. So that's a warning to everybody building these systems.
Sounds like it likes to run hotter, and maybe the heat has something to do because the hot air exhaust from the. Let me bring this schematic back up.
No, you're absolutely right. The heat plays a critical factor, and I think it has something to do with the separation of charges as well. But I'm not a physicist, so I cannot say for sure what's going on.
The heat coming out the exhaust going into the outer chamber downwards, while the other tube with the diffused water is going upwards through the inner chamber. You have two opposite flows, so the heat is you're going to need a temperature differential having a temperature differential in two chambers that are not, I don't know if they're isolated or not. Are they isolated?
They are. So they're not they're isolated. So the two air streams are not touching each other technically.
Oh god, that's
they're
incredible.
touching the metals that are touching.
Yeah, the gate is also isolated. The two pipes are also isolated, and that gives you, polarity on the two parts.
Right. Exactly. And
because you have the opposite flow of the heat and the cold, they're going in opposite directions, and being also, a huge difference in temperature helps a lot. So when you say that it likes to run hot, that makes sense, because the more you can create a temperature differential between the two flows of gases, the more you're going to increase the voltage on the thing, and that's just tells you a lot right there.
So, excuse me. So the reason why it's called the thunderstorm generator is because it's replicating what thunderstorms do to produce massive storms, and if you think about it, like a thunderclap is a massive amount of energy. Where does that energy come from? How is it being sourced and converted from whatever other form of it's being sourced right from the vacuum, right? It's being sourced from the vacuum energy, and utilized through the process of bubble cavitation in the air and forming these microscopic ball lightning clusters that form sacred geometric shapes. And when they just draw in protium and store energy, and then when they discharge, they release that energy. Hence, thunderstorm generator. So it's basically mimicking what nature's doing. And that's, really interesting because, if you look at a tornado, that's caused by two pressure differentials, like two or temperature differentials colliding at
Right.
one clockwise and one counterclockwise rotating airstream. So it's, the same thing we see is torsion physics. Another major red flag here.
No, a temperature differential is how the Stirling engine works as well. And if you know that engine, just understanding how that thing works, and it uses an air chamber and a diaphragm to, the air heats up and it moves the diaphragm up, and you have another outer chamber where the hot air or the escapes or something, and the cold air gets, and then you have cold at the bottom, cold and hot. It's just, you got to get one of those things. It's called the Stirling generator. You can get like a little pre-made one for like under $20 on Amazon, and you sit it on a piece of ice. The bottom is like a piece of metal. It's like a heat sink, a piece of metal. So the ice cools down the metal at the bottom of the chamber, the air chamber, right? It's made out of metal. So it keeps the bottom of the air chamber cool. And then if you let the sun hit the top of the air chamber, then you start having these convection flows going on, just like you're talking about. And there's also an escape for the I forget how the escape works, part of for the airflow, but yeah, it works on temperature differential and diaphragms, so that hot air can push the diaphragm up and stuff like that. Kind of like a piston in a car, but entirely dependent on temperature differential and not on burning any fuels. You could just have a solid state piece of metal at the bottom. That piece of metal will seal off the air chamber. You keep that piece of metal close to the ground or buried in the ground where it's colder, and it'll keep the air chamber at the bottom cold. And then you just heat up the top portion, or vice versa. You heat up the bottom and cool off the top, and
so
you get this flow going on.
Can you see the plasmoid unification model here?
Oh yeah.
So another cool thing about the plasmoid unification model is, or another cool thing about the thunderstorm generator is that it uses this PUM, this model, to basically, you can, like, say you have to adjust the size of the generator retrofit that you're using it for. Say you're using it for industrial purposes. You have to have a large one. This gives you the ratios needed to produce that effect. And the ratios are derived directly from the sun. Like the numbers of the sun, the diameter, and all that stuff, in the great year, those numbers play in to the ratios of the spheres within the spheres of the thunderstorm generators to successfully produce the effect that it's doing, which is very fascinating. And if you look at all these lines, they calculate the resonant frequencies of everything. So you have the resonant frequency of elements, of colors, of sound, and even crystal form and time itself. And there was this woman at the Cosmic Summit. Her name was Sheila. She had basically an oscilloscope hooked up to a rodent coil, and she was pumping it full of a line from the PUM. So all these lines, they correspond to different things in the natural world. And she has a breakdown of it better than I can show here in this model. It's a little complicated to look at, but If I pull up the video, I can show you in a minute. But she basically takes all those lines from these naturally occurring categories in our universe, and when you put like frequencies in an oscilloscope, it produces a waveform, right? Well, when you combine all of these different waveforms in every line of the PUM, they form these coherent structures that actually, like, it's not just a waveform in a line. It's like a circle or a structure that completes itself, right? It's very wild. It's hard for me to describe because I'm not really too familiar with her work entirely, but I can show you a video of it, and it's absolutely fascinating. Because every line from the PUM that she's doing is producing this coherent waveform shape that you don't see anywhere else. It's insane. But yeah, let me pull it up. Give me 1 second, guys.
Are you keeping an eye on the stream, or there's people asking questions here? Bernie's asking, does the HHO exhaust back into the reaction? The HHO. I mean the hydrogen, right? That's the hydrogen.
Yeah, so the hydrogen, when it's broken up, when it's disassociated, it is fed back into the pistons to enhance and increase the efficiency of the system. So I think it increases it, like, I think about 30 to 50%.
So this thing doesn't burn hydrogen or whatever? It doesn't?
No, it does. It's putting it into the system. It's feeding it into the system along with the gas. So at least 10% carbon is required for the system to actually work.
So whatever hydrogen it doesn't burn, or whatever conversion of hydrogen that forms in the process, maybe to a different hydrogen, because there's like multiple types of hydrogen,
Right.
Deuterium is a form of hydrogen, and then there's another hydrogen also, H3 or something, I think. I don't know. But yeah, hydrogen can, reassociate into other forms of hydrogen and in processes like this, such as plasma fields. If you have hydrogen inside of a plasma field, there's no telling what can happen. You can have all kinds of things happen. Hydrogen can turn into, I don't know. I would think it would turn into different forms of hydrogen. Maybe you're breaking down the hydrogen further into a more pure form of hydrogen, like H1 single hydrogen. Because HHO is two hydrogens and an oxygen.
I got this clip here from the Cosmic Summit. I'm gonna show you guys.
Happy to be here today and show what I've been working on. So, my name is Sheila Rahman, and I'm a frequency researcher and sound engineer. And today I'm going to show you my analysis of the plasmoid unification model converted
I have limited
into
exposure
a
to plasma
system that can become a playable keyboard for musicians and scientists to analyze the frequency combinations for further research and art. So, okay, so just a little bit of my mission, just so you know a little bit about me. So, as a sound engineer, musician, and frequency researcher, it's my intention to find and map and imprint the most coherent, harmonic, and stabilized frequency unification systems that connect as deeply as possible to all aspects of reality, time, cosmos, aether, matter, body, mind, spirit, electricity, magnetism. So this was already my mission. I was already on the search to find the most coherent tuning system before I got introduced to the frequencies in the plasmoid unification model. And so the way I operate is any numerical sequence that comes into my field is going to get converted into a tuning system and into a observable geometrical system called an oscilloscope. And just a quick outline of what I'm going to be going over. Number one, we're going to understand exactly what an oscilloscope is. And an oscilloscope is imperative to all of the research that's
I'm going to
being
fast forward it a
done
little.
because so much of this research is based off of frequency. And so the electron gun emits a stream of the traditional cathode ray oscilloscope, the frequency. The right in this. And
Yeah, her
and this is what
presentation
I
is
got.
really long, so we're not going to play
So-
the whole thing.
And then the
If
ball
you
would
do
go
want to see the
through
whole
and it
thing, I suggest going over to the Cosmic Summit, and
would
I think you can still buy a
it was
pass to
calculated
watch
perfectly, so the
video on
momentum-
demands.
the 432. So, reason I'm showing this to you guys, electric signal, the of geometry signals tree, super slow. So, and then levitation works on a smaller scale is if you take two speakers and you face them towards each other, and then you have one speaker playing one wave, and then the other speaker, line 15 the best,
There we go.
because the images that were coming through
So this is,
were like little anime.
you can see she put together a nice list here, and this is all in the PUM model, but it's hard to actually see this, like in this organized form. So here we see the lines, the different lines of frequencies that she's trying. So you don't see the specific. Oh yeah, you do. So these are some of the specific frequencies, but some of them aren't included. Okay, yeah, so you might have to refer to the chart for some of them. But basically, you're taking a line from the graph, and you're adding up all the frequencies. She's taking one frequency and putting it into one channel, another frequency putting it in another channel in the oscilloscope.
Characters, like
and we're going to see what
little
happens.
Pokemon, and like the names of the files are like Tiger Alien, Butterfly Star Fairy. So it's all kinds of just little kittens and creatures that are coming through line 15. So we're going to start off by looking at Butterfly Star Fairy.
Cymatics.
And so this is the combination of
Yeah,
four frequencies
yeah.
from
The cymatic frequencies are
Plasmoid
all,
unification model line 15.
they're all vortex frequencies,
Look
resonant.
at this. Look at what it produces on the oscilloscope.
Which frequency is
We
that?
also have the sine
This
tone
is-
combination. coming out of the
She said it's
speakers.
one of the lines. So you see here, you have a whole bunch of different frequencies from channel 1, channel 2, channel. So she's got them all being fed together into the oscilloscope, and you see the combination of these different waveforms together produce this coherent shape.
Did you hear about this guy that developed? He's like a Princeton graduate or someone. I don't know. He developed a electronic device to see spirit entities.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah,
Who
it
is
kind of
this?
looks like this. The device
Yeah?
that he made. I forgot his name. Daniel Neems or something.
That's
Nemens?
fascinating. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, because if you think about it, these different waveforms are just the fundamentals of what our universe is built on. So these patterns, we're going to be seeing them in nature, and it's just weird because in an oscilloscope, you usually see lines, like pulsing or up and down or whatever. You don't see coherent shapes like this. This is something that is absolutely mind-blowing. And every single line from the PUM produces a unique coherent shape like this that has to mean something, you know, that has to have some kind of significance here, and I think it does.
Yeah, so this right here is 4 of the frequencies converted into sine tones. So 4 of the measurements in frequencies hertz.
That's
and
crazy.
Those 4 are right here. You can see them. And I'm just gonna scroll through and mute and put in some of these different frequencies.
That's crazy right there.
Sorry? Sorry, say it again?
Like, she basically used this method to confirm that the POM is actually an accurate picture.
So the first one you saw, the butterfly star fairy, that was 4 frequencies, and so now what you're watching me do on the screen is muting and unmuting more frequencies. So right now I have 607.5, 526.5, 405, 202.5, 162. So I'm just kind of, right now, what I'm doing is muting and unmuting each frequency line by line, so you can observe like how stable and coherent the geometry remains. So if this was a 440 tuning system, this would be moving around and it would be total chaos. And again, I can show that to you momentarily, what that looks like, just so you have a frame of reference of what a chaotic frequency combination looks like. For example, if I changed one of these frequencies, it would start moving around.
Like music to the
that's
eyes.
What happens when I just change one of the
See
frequencies.
that?
It starts moving.
You actually see a waveform now. It's not coherent. It's
the point of my whole
like, this is,
mission
if you
to
understand
find those
like
base
how
elements that are gonna
waveforms and
create
oscilloscopes
totally
work, this
stable,
is
still
like
unmoving
incredible,
standing waves.
right?
So I'm gonna undo that.
I've never
And
seen
again,
anything
I've
like this
never
before.
seen a system that would
Yeah,
you could
like
place
she's saying.
32 frequencies at the same time, and the geometry will remain totally stable.
Right?
So that's an
What
interesting
the F?
system. So what I'm doing here on the right, I'm activating every single frequency.
Looks like it's creating
So
dimensional space.
you can see when I'm playing all 32
Come again?
I
frequencies.
said it looks like it's
the
creating like
geometry
that.
is going to remain totally coherent and unmoving.
You know, like
Just
more than 3D, maybe like 4D or 5D. You know, with the how it's meshing.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely doing something odd, right? I can't quite put my finger on it.
I like the geometry of it.
Yeah, it's really crazy. But I personally haven't seen anything like this on an oscilloscope. This is like, the implications of a coherent waveform like this is, in and of itself, is intense, right?
Yeah, beautiful too.
one of
I
the
love-
numbers and you change.
So I absolutely want to try this at some point, because, you know, I do have a rodent coil. She's using a rodent coil for this, hooked up to an oscilloscope. So we can easily do this with Pretty Scope. This would be a fun experiment, I think.
Yeah.
Change it a little bit, the whole geometry is going to start going out of whack. And again, this is line 15. See, we see all these cool faces.
Line
That
15
looks
from
like
the
a
POM.
flying tiger.
I think line 5 was elements, or different elements.
It makes me think of these ancient shapes that they, you know, have.
Right?
Could it
And
be
again,
like
just,
actually?
so you know,
freak-
with the oscilloscope,
It
such a
does. It
just keep in your mind the variables.
looks
the
kind of
XYZ
Egyptian
axis,
almost.
Time. time creates
even
is
older
part of
than
what's generating the image.
like much older than
Amplitude
Egyptian.
or volume.
older.
So if I turn it, so right now they're all at the same volume. But if I just turn one
The
of the
shapes that
volumes
she's producing
slightly up or down, it's
are
going to
all
influence
crazy.
the shape.
And it looks like it's almost like she can turn the shape in three-dimensional spaces
But
almost.
it still stays
Yeah.
very coherent.
It's really cool.
It's amazing.
And one
Yeah.
day the program is going to hopefully use a correspondence between color and frequency. That's something for
It's
you
different
scientists
midget.
out there to figure out. I know there's a lot of theory.
Yeah, she's just mentioning that there's no correspondence between color and frequency on the oscilloscope yet, but one day, once technicians solve that issue, we should have a clear picture of, what's happening with the colors. That would be cool.
It's a 3D representation on a 2D platform.
Right. And like Lulu was saying, it might actually be a higher dimensional object, that's projected, or like using some form of stereographic projection.
Theories out there about what color corresponds to what frequency, and I've read and experimented with all of them, and some of them contradict each other, honestly. But I guess we haven't officially gotten to the bottom of that conclusively, scientifically. I know Terrence Howard discusses the correspondence of converting the terahertz frequency measurement and reducing it down harmonically until it's in the frequency bandwidth of audible hearing, which is 20 to 20,000 hertz. And that's also in Walter Russell's work. But there are some interesting possibilities about different wave propagation equations out there and how that would translate light into sound in a more accurate way. So I hope some of you out there can do more research on that, because I'm very curious to know the real correspondence between sound and color, the real correspondence between atomic elements and sound. There's many theories about that too. A lot of them seem compelling. They probably are based off of different contexts, different materials, different mediums. So I don't think there's a totally definitive correspondence, but maybe there is. So some research for you guys out there to tap into. Correspondence between atomic elements and actual sounds, and how to synthesize elements using different frequencies.
That would be amazing.
That's what Stephen Greer claims that extraterrestrials do to form their craft. Now, I'm not saying I believe Stephen Greer on that, but it is interesting to think about.
So right now I'm just activating every single frequency on line 32, and so you can see this system just remains completely stable and very interesting and weird.
That's the PoE output.
Yeah,
alien.
yeah, that's so right there. There's a PoE coil right there, the road coil on the table right next to her laptop.
That is the signal it's putting out. You telling me? From what is she feeding it? A DC pulse or whatever, certain frequencies.
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. And then it's interesting because she has an actual Nunez method wind, right? This is using the Nunez design with the tightly bundled pairs of wires and the interference pattern and all. That I haven't seen a coil like this in a while. Every once in a while you see the older videos on YouTube, but newer videos, nobody has these coils, and that is very interesting to me. That means she's in the know of these coil technologies and how they operate, because I see countless people have like wound this coil wrong.
No, it's not easy project to take on. I considered it once
No.
and never even started it because I also considered how in time involving it is. Yeah,
And that
I'll
one
probably
is
do it one
really,
day.
yeah, it's an involved process, but it's not too difficult, just a little tedious. But this one is made really well. I've seen the close-up pictures of it. Somebody sent me, that I had a viewer, a subscriber send me the pictures of the Hutchison sample because you can't really see a good picture of what he's holding in his hand, but it's not the actual sample, it's one of the samples. So it's not the actual piece he's holding, but you see the same set of samples. Somebody sent me a higher res photograph of those, and also the implosive turbine. What did Malcolm call it? The Vidget, something like that, or Vajra, the Vajra. So it's an implosive turbine, and somebody sent me some high quality pictures of that. I can pull those up as well. Yeah, this is. I mean, I don't know. I'm just a geek for rodent coils and coils in general. I don't. This is a nice coil. Not gonna lie, it's a nice coil. I'm kind of jealous.
Okay, so what you're hearing and seeing on the screen right now is every single frequency on line 15 of the plasmoid unification model, and you can see
Look at that. It looks like a butterfly.
Those specific frequency.
She's using
combinations are
frequencies
able to
from the
maintain.
plasmoid unification model.
Yeah. So that see this on the table, the little poster in front of her laptop.
Right.
That's the plasma unification model, and every line on there has a line of frequencies, and those frequencies can be used to calculate basically the resonant frequency of anything from time, color, sound, crystal form.
Look at this. It looks like a little spacecraft. Look at that, like right in the center. If you can see that.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Holy crap!
Yeah, looks
Yeah,
like
it does.
That's wild. And then the figure 8 at the bottom, the infinity.
Yeah.
Oh, I see that too. Yeah.
That's crazy.
And again,
It's that guy. What's his name? Daniel Nims. He developed a device, an electronic device, to see interdimensional entities, and he actually has images that
Does
are
it
quite
look like
compelling.
some of this?
Yeah, it kind of does. It kind of does, but even more accurate. It looks like a real person. Like it looks like a person, man. I'm not kidding you.
Well, what if what if
it makes
those
you wonder when you
entities are
see
just-
those images, because he made an electronic device to pick up these images. Okay, and
It makes sense though. If you have anything, in the afterlife, it's going to be just pure energy, right? Just pure frequency.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. There are already plasmoid beings in the humanoid arrangement, and there's more than one. And they generate humanoid life just by existing as a plasmoid humanoid structure of a plasmoid. I'm sorry, plasma, or whatever. I'm not sure if it's plasma, but
That's interesting you say that because
there's an energy field that exists that takes the shape of the different life forms.
Well, it's interesting you say that because I know there's
according
a
to
theory
this
that
guy's research,
plasmoids are conscious and they actually, are living entities.
I'm convinced that we exist on different layers of vibration. We resonate at different frequencies, different energies, and we coexist in the same space, but we don't, we may not be able to see each other, but we live in the same space. I'm 100% convinced of that.
That's interesting too. My girlfriend has that similar theory. She believes that there's different universes stacked on top of each other, pretty much.
Yeah, yes, and we share the same space, but we just oscillate at different frequencies. So therefore, we cannot catch each other unless we cross. Then this is when weird things happen, like a glass breaks or just the odd things, or you like misplace your keys, or the things that
Right.
this is when the two fields cross. Then this is
When
where
the
the
boundary is at its thinnest.
yeah,
I haven't really experienced anything weird except for maybe one thing where basically we had this heavy drawer. It was a pretty heavy duty bed set, right? In this heavy drawer, like one of those drawers that is really kind of heavy and it doesn't slide out easy. Just one day, it just popped right out and scared the crap out of the dog walking by. I'm like, what the heck? And you have to wonder, like, what if like maybe there was a veil or a boundary that was just like at a certain time, at a certain place, it was just very thin and affecting by another parallel universe or something.
see, I conducted an experiment in the past where I did experience a lot of this. I don't know, call them anomalies. I figured if I dropped my weight below 100 pounds,
Mm.
I don't qualify under the metric system of anything that's 100%. Do you understand? It would fall below that, so I would be able to perceive if there are anything that exists below
Mm.
that measurement line. So I dropped my weight, like literally. I pretty much starved myself for 6 months to I got to the weight of 88 pounds,
Oh
and
wow.
tell you the stuff that I experienced. So this is where my notion comes from, that I'm convinced that there's things that do exist. We
Mm.
just we have so much mass that we don't. But when we lose mass, we are closer to them.
Huh.
We start to
That's
feel them, or see evidence of their existence.
that's fascinating.
Yeah, it's weird, like it's crazy, but it really does
So,
work.
if you don't mind me asking, what kind of stuff, kind of crazy stuff did you see?
Uh, I saw a world of white and like just white and black. Everything was white and black.
Huh.
Um, at it, like I started to be able to read the universe, like talk to animals. To I could understand weather patterns. I had pre notions of things that are going to come, or were about to happen. Pretty much, it's like I was able to see the future. Not
That's crazy. Yeah, that's awesome. Like,
yeah,
it makes you
because
wonder if maybe obesity has something to do with the regression of our spiritual development. I don't know, just a theory that popped in my head.
I got this idea. I saw a documentary once, like about prisoners, where they starved themselves and then they were able to alter, things around them. They were, like, anyway, but I
Well, it makes
experimented with
sense.
it.
We pick up so many impurities while we, eat these processed foods, and not all of us have the luxury of being able to buy healthy foods because they're expensive.
Maybe, but very interesting.
Hmm.
I love the world of frequency, because I'm sure that something else exists within our realm that we just can't see. But it's there.
For sure, for sure. No, there's definitely a
Oh,
lot of.
absolutely.
Hey, what's
100%
up,
what you
Bernie?
guys are talking about. And that it is the plasma. So, what Mike was saying from the beginning with like the plasma ball lightning sort of entity of like the soul or the consciousness underlying, like within the human physical body, but then that there's another one outside of it, like that continues into the afterworld sort of thing. But that it's in a cycle backwards, right, through time, which is energy. And then when you're in the time that is all time, well, and you're just energy, that's how you can travel anywhere at any time, because it's just down the loop of how many cycles back, sort of thing. Kind of makes
Hmm.
sense. And then in that sense, it's like overlapping realities or discs of time over top of each other, folding into the everything.
I mean, it makes sense. Everything is a helix. So at one point, that point is going to be on top of that point, on top of that point. If time is rotational, then
Right?
it makes sense. you know.
As for like the veil getting thinner, right, Lulu, how you experienced by fasting, essentially you were fasting, not eating, and you were getting closer to it and closer to it. And then the same is with sleep deprivation or fasting from sleep. And like as each day goes on, like you get to day 3 and like the shadows start turning into things and the wind starts talking to you and being different beings. Like a lot of people report that sort of stuff, and it goes like the
You talking
longer
about
you're
like
awake.
beings like people experience like on ayahuasca or DMT?
Yeah, exactly. Like angels and
Wow.
demons, or like Djinn, stuff like that.
This
It
is
Or
means
the
that we are not just a physical being
this
living
is
in a physical universe, but
manifest
that we are multidimensional.
forms. It's for real. It's not just I'm seeing it, you know. People around me, normal people, are seeing it too. See, this is where, like, in it, that stage, is like you think it happens. You just
right.
find
So ball lightning, essentially, and how it's usually recorded as being conscious or seeming conscious, and that
Mm-hmm.
if any other conscious is going to be just existing as energy or taking form within our third dimension, it would make sense that it would be in this pure plasma state, right? Without
Mm-hmm.
physical.
Yeah, and why, like, and I always go back, and this is a dangerous game, but I like to go back to fiction, right? And we see ectoplasma, you know, and these different the flux capacitor, you know, like they might be unintentional, maybe they're intentional though. Who knows? There are different elements that are there's different elements that are popping up, and they're kind of relating to what we're discovering in these new scientific phenomena.
Well, and what Mike was saying about all the different forms of hydrogen, and it's like they're actually different, like particles or materials, are essentially like they. I bet they fit in perfectly to Walter Russell's scale, where he like literally predicts them and writes them. He just calls them different things,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, that's a key part of tying it back into this plasmid unified theory and the coherence and making quantum coherence, and how she's getting these coherent geometries within on the oscilloscope like that. That's major parts. That's what I need to be blasted into my electrolysis and the plasma.
Yeah, it's
Right?
her work is really crazy. Like it's when I first saw this, my mind was blown because what other frequencies when combined can do that? You know what I mean? Like what? That's everything that we've seen on oscilloscopes and with sound and waveforms. It doesn't make sense until you think about it on a larger scale. You know, larger.
Like
Oh, there we go.
full fractal, I guess, theories of everything that connect in to how things work.
Sorry, my stream cut out for a second.
It's most definitely a mathematical.
There's many combining
equation.
models that like work in unison, sort of thing, but it's like
Right. And I don't think this is the penultimate unified model. I think we're gonna find this fits in with another model or another theory in some way. I don't think it's complete, but it is a bigger picture. It does unify a lot of different elements that weren't unified before.
it's that there's a lot of cells that can operate independently within the complete overall, and that this is one of them, right? And that
Yeah.
there's several more. Yeah.
what if it comes out to be that our genetics activates the reality, that we should be in tune with, or it's a group of individuals, like how, like Aladdin, only Aladdin can open up the magic, cave and blah blah blah. It's like that. Like, what if it's something that a certain group of people are able to open up these different dimensions of existence? Like their brain waves oscillate at the same frequency, therefore they're able to alter their surroundings.
Or they could be more in tune with the plasmoids, which, if they're conscious, they could be the ones that give you the link to the Akashic record. You know what I mean? Like if I'm sitting there
You're with your
meditating,
ancestors' energy, like
yeah, definitely. And to the paranormal realm, you know, whatever you want to call it. But you know, when I'm sitting there meditating, I often think, you know, like whatever voice is calling back to me, you know, is that what I'm hearing, you know, or is that the voice of the Akashic? Is that the plasmoids? You know, it's
Remember
interesting.
this: we're a library of our. We're the descendants of our ancestors. So at any point where a dream, you know, if you have a dream, it could be a memory, but not your memory. It could be
Mm.
somebody in the past, you know?
Yeah, that's
Like,
true.
it's just it's memory. That's what it
Mm.
is. That
absolutely.
that activates, and then we start, you know, attaining knowledge that personally we didn't, you know, learn, but maybe somebody in the past did. And when it gets activated, we know it automatically. It's just it's like a library. If you think about it, it's nothing more. You know,
Mm.
it, this whole like notion of the
It's
akashic record,
neural linked to the Akashic record of the other side.
really still within us. You know, because we're just,
Epigenetics.
you know, I don't know. I mean, just it makes sense that way that it different frequencies could activate different
For
gates
sure.
that of knowledge, and then
If you
maybe
look at the binaural beats, in the theory of putting different frequencies, I know like one frequency into one ear and another frequency in the other ear to have the combined interference pattern of both frequencies to get you into a higher state of consciousness. That is a real thing, you know,
I
and that
yeah, hmm, I
yeah,
might
and
try.
so it's interesting. You have to have the right frequency. I forget what it is, but it's like one is offset from the other, but combined, the interference pattern, like it puts you into like an alpha or an alpha wave. I forget what exactly the waveform that your brain just snaps into, but it's the
Yeah.
high. Yeah, and it's
Ezra,
insane.
shout out Mindful Exposures. We'll have to do a full episode planned out with her on exactly this because it's
Nice.
huge. That
Yeah.
binaural beats and breaking it down and what waves your brain's operating in,
Yes, because I
sleeping
have
in,
a
and
lot to learn in
traveling.
this. Yeah, I have a lot to learn myself in this respect, and I'd like to learn more so I can actually use the binaural beats for my own purposes. So
There is there's a song or a melody. It's the most ancient hymn. Listen to it. It has, you know, if you listen to it a few times and just go out, you see the world differently. Uh, uh, I- I'll find it and I'll email it to you guys, but
Look
I
at
don't
this.
the top of, you know,
Look
on
at
my.
this. Look.
yeah,
Go
Yeah,
These
to
are the
the
images that this guy's captured through his what now?
what? That's
that's freaking.
It
crazy.
looks like shady video games, but do go and explain the
What?
full story.
Yeah, this is interesting. Okay.
This
Daniel
is
Nemes has
wild.
had a passion for science and astronomy, so it was no surprise when his vocation took him into the field of science. Today, Nemes is both a scientist and inventor in Colombia, with him claiming he has the technology to photograph multidimensional beings. Nemes said that his interest in the multidimensional universe began after a magazine article attracted his attention about the dark matter of the universe. He then came up with the idea of devising technology through optical experiments along with mathematical calculations that would allow him to take images of multidimensional beings. Nemes knew about the development of technology which can capture images of black light, infrared, ultraviolet, and such. However, he went one step ahead and found a way of capturing the unknown that was far superior. He named the technology he invented energy vision. Nemes combined special lenses along with the sunlight and used screens that are ultra-sensitive that he created. With his invention, Nemes claims that he can capture images that are of unknown origin. The images come from other planes of existence and show various
Is
multidimensional
he using
beings
like
and
a
creatures.
kaleidoscope?
NASA and other companies must surely want to get their.
No, no. He actually built a piece of equipment, like electronic stuff. You know.
Yeah, but like, is there like a reflection kaleidoscope crystal sort of thing cut in there?
I don't think so. I think it's
These are what
I think
the
it's all like
okay,
sensor
these three,
coil.
what
Yeah,
the
didn't the time
actual app?
camera have a specific crystal in the lens in order for it to work?
I
Supposedly.
don't know too much about the device. I know it's electronic to some degree, to a large
Well, there
degree.
was a device
Hands on
that
such
supposedly captured
technology, but Neems
snippets of the past, and it supposedly used some kind of crystal in the lens. Sorry.
I don't.
Okay, yeah, Robert Monroe. That's right, in the Monroe Institute, and they created HemiSync, and HemiSync is the science of it. Shout out Brock Prince. He's the one that actually taught that to me about a month ago. But Electric Samurai posted that in the chat, and I do believe we went into it a little bit, actually. Quite a bit actually in the one episode I did on my channel with Brock Prince and Hans Dietrich, and we're planning a full episode going more into it. And yeah, the binaural beats turned into hemisync and the science of hemisync through the Monroe Institute.
companies must surely want to get their hands on such technology, but Neems said he has not exposed his invention. But he did try to make the scientific community aware of its existence. Neems also claims the media has silenced his discovery and the images that he has taken using his technology. Neems has published many images through Facebook and revealed that since 2015, he posted more than 1,000 photos to his page. The scientist claims to have had a great deal of rejection, and many insults have come his way, along with disbelief of the images. He said, "The only way I have to publicize my invention and the captures are by Facebook. Since 2015, I have posted 1,000 photos on my Facebook page. When I started to publish my images on my social network, I had a lot of rejection. It was very hard, and there were many insults towards me. Fortunately, my images are now more known, and when I post on Facebook or in other groups, it is rare to receive a disqualification or insult." There is no denying that the photos are strange, and in almost all of them, it is possible to see strange figures or faces. Many people who have had spiritual experiences in other dimensions or used a spirit molecule known as DMT report that these beings are very similar to the beings that they saw during their experiences. Whether they are the faces and bodies of multidimensional beings from unknown worlds remains to be proven. One thing is for sure, the images are incredibly interesting to look at. Tell us what you think. Do you believe multidimensional beings exist?
Well,
I think they do, and maybe that is images. Wild. How do we
See,
make one? Let's make one, Mike. Come on, get her done.
okay, get one of these things. It's a night vision.
well, they're already made. They made us. That's what I'm trying to say. These beings made us. They are what create the life. These energy
Okay, well,
forms.
let make the device so we can see them.
Wait, get
Oh,
night.
yeah, I get you now. Make the
You see?
device. That's probably a possibility. Yeah.
Okay, but help, guys. If you get night vision goggles with infrared, it has like an IR in it. Go out and look in the sky. You will see things that like your eyes can't see normally. This is like the coolest little
Thank you for
thing.
watching.
You
If
know,
you enjoyed the video,
you might see some of this stuff, in the sky. Like, yeah, I mean, it works. I've
No, that's a
tested
good
it out.
idea. That's a really good idea.
Yeah. Fortunately, it doesn't have a like a digital. It's just I could see it. It doesn't have something that I could plug into a screen where I could show. But really, like, it's really very inexpensive, like maybe $30-$40, something like that. But yeah, get one of those, and you can see it for yourself. Like, you really could see like just things that the normal eye cannot see. Yeah, it's a fun little thing to explore that world.
Yeah, you should quickly pull up the Alien Scientists channel. He's live streaming about Tesla tech right now with Russell Anderson. Pretty dope.
Yeah, look, I have him on the other screen. Haha.
Right? As do I. As do I.
on the other screen. I can't hear because I'm listening, but yeah. Yeah.
Or back to the plasmid theory, because that's pretty badass too.
Very. Yeah.
Oh, hang on there.
Yeah, she was a little low, Gerald. The 2-hour lullaby, I know. It put a lot of people to sleep. So good call for next time.
Let me see here. Hold on.
Hey, Tucker. Thanks for all the love, buddy.
So this is high energy electrostatics. Well, those of you in the know of quantum QED, quantum electrodynamics, and electrophysics know that there is little difference between a high energy electrostatic field and a gravitational field. And from Dr. Gabriel Lippmann's discoveries, I forget exactly when that took place.
Yeah, we can, Mike. Yes.
Dr. Gabriel Lippmann discovered that inertia is solely due to net charge. Inertia is solely due to net charge, not mass or local concentration of mass. And he called it the inertia of static electricity. Oddly, he won the Nobel for a completely unrelated discovery or work. But that's important because the more load you put on the Searle effect generator, the colder it gets and the faster it runs and the lighter it gets too. That's superconductivity. So this is the book by our late colleague, Mr. John Thomas, who used to work for Kodak in Rochester. Anti-Gravity, Dream Made Reality. I bought this copy at Borders Bookstore in Pennsylvania, Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania. Facebook friend William Stillings is old enough to, or young enough to remember the weekly BBC broadcasts of the Searle work with, some flying footage. And his father was CIA in the United States when they moved to the United States. And he was paid to go around to all the Borders bookstores and buy up every copy he could find of this book off the shelves so that there would be none in circulation.
Really? Because they did that with a number of books, other people's books. They did that with Lightcraft by
it's a common
it's a good book when it gets expunged
to erase all records of a disruptive technology so no one will know about it. And
this was on TV shows. They won't ask for it. It was on like a 1990s television show called Future Fantastic. They were talking about how the future was going to be all these beam ships and
electrogravitics. That's
craft.
my specialty.
And it all got silenced. And then this book was released in Canada, and they bought out all the copies of it. It used to be like $2,500 for a copy of it on Amazon. I don't know if it isn't anymore. I think they might have republished some.
Yeah, and once these prices go to insane levels, when there are so few in circulation and they're highly prized, only the people that are well off will have.
What's the book? What's that book you have? Like the Law of the Squares book.
Oh yeah, this is a book I got from John Thomas in exchange for some UFO VHSs on the Billy Meyer case, which is real, by the way. Liarns are real. Ships are real.
Ooh, the coveted law of the squares.
Reincarnation is real. This is the Law of the Squares, book 4, showing an enlarged Searle effect generator or spintronic generator, enlarged for clarity. This is Law
Oh my
of
God,
Squares,
we
book
need
4.
that book. That book is literally magic. It's how you
I've been looking for this book.
That is
the right
magic.
way, yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking for this book.
Book 4
Book
has
4.
a lot of the secrets of making the Searle effect generator, spintronic
There's no
generator.
PDF link to that. That you'd have to buy that hard copy. That's not available
If it's still
anywhere.
available, I think that we have some copies down, maybe in Fort Lauderdale, maybe in
Man,
digital.
I'd like to digitize that. We got to get
I
that
think
on,
it's
on
already
our database.
digitized. It may be on analog tape. I'm not sure.
I want it on our database along with all of other, because we have a massive database of everything ever written on anti-gravity.
Yeah,
or
you
published.
definitely
Like, I
need
think
this
I have a
stuff, and I
PDF that's
highly
a clip from
recommend.
the book, but
This
it's
is
not the
one
entire
of
thing.
Childress's books. I met David Hatcher Childress. He's
I
on
was just in
Yeah,
Fort
Ancient Aliens all the time. I met him in 1994 at the
Lauderdale.
Thomas Townsend Brown Convention in Philadelphia. That was the year I moved to Philadelphia from New York.
Huh.
When I was in my early 30s. But anyway, this is the Anti-Gravity Files book. It's the Searle effect generator on top for domestic use and for cars. That's what it would look like with the housing, just outside of its housing. And then there it is inside of a typical flying saucer shaped UFO, UAP, whatever you want to call it. And it doesn't have any inertia. Once it gets down to 4 Kelvin, when it's overloaded and superconducting, because this type of current cools things. So the more you draw from it, the more you can draw from it. It's like the vacuum floodgates have opened, and that's a quote from the late Thomas Bearden. This is a high energy electrostatic craft that has no inertia, no right angle turns at any speed, no problem. And you wouldn't feel any of it or know it unless you're looking at a porthole or a view screen, because you feel nothing. You're just subject to that 1/2 G onboard gravity. Why 1/2 G and not 1 G? We're not sure, but we think it has something to do with the balance of the two fields. They're like the two gravity fields, and it's like just like standing on a deck of the USS Enterprise or the Jupiter
Yes,
2.
please.
You
Well, you
stand
can't go
upright,
fuck
everything
that. We need
falls at
PDFs for those big
well, in
files.
this case, I mean, it's about 4.2 meters per second, 4.4 meters per second instead of 9.8 meters per second. It's about 1/2 G onboard gravity as the acceleration you feel inside going to the center. And the power source is on the outside. You're safe in the eye of the hurricane, basically. That was Dream 2. This technology came from a series of 2 dreams. I highly, highly, highly recommend this book because it explains what's going on with these technologies. They're all, accessing the 0 point energy or the ether as nature does routinely. And that's through, as Victor Schauberger showed, implosion and falling temperature gradient. So this is Order Out of Chaos by Ilya Prigogine and Isabel Stengers, 1984, Bantam Books, New York. I picked this up at a really cool bookstore that is no longer in existence called Star Magic. Used to be on let's see, what street was that? Anyway, heading down into Soho, Park Avenue, I guess. Park Avenue, Soho. Star Magic and Man and the Energy Dance. Basically, it says with a foreword by Alvin Toffler, who, of course, you may remember wrote Future Shock, which is a seminal book, a very important book. Another very important book. My library is humongous, but not just humongous. It's filled with the right kind of books, the kind of books that empower people, empower our civilization, and not the just the military industrial establishment elite.
Right. I used to have a copy of that too, by the way, Future Shock. So I was just looking for it on my shelf, but I don't see it here.
There's got to be a PDF because it's such a seminal tome.
Yeah, that one was. So the conference starting on Wednesday. You're trying to get out there right now, and you're down in Florida,
Yeah.
and you've run into some situation and trying to get out there and some problems, right? And
Yeah,
I don't know if
just
you want to
had to
talk
take
about that, but
just had to take a huge pay cut because I lost the research and development job I was working on for the Graviflyer. I had gotten a couple of kits directly from Sergey, the Russian person, is living in Portugal. Chekhirkov, Mr. Chekhirkov. I bought his kits, tried to get them to work. My job that I got hired on to work on it down here in Central Florida was only 2 years, so I had 2 years to make it work. And after 2 years, we could make it work, even with his own kits, Chekhov's own kits.
Right. Yeah, I know a number of people that were, trying to work with Alexei, and
A couple months ago, I was working with a scientist, NASA scientist, uh, and he gave me permission to share his name. I have his business card here somewhere. Here it is. It's Wei Peng Yu, PhD from NASA. He's a NASA scientist living in Orlando, and he got a kit from Alexei Chekhov also. And he said, "Can you come over and help us with it?" So on a Saturday, I was headed down to Palm Bay to our president's house. It's Bradley Lockerman, Palm Bay. So we're both in Florida.
yeah, no, I wouldn't share his card unless he wants
Oh
you
wow,
to.
Tesla
He
Tech is
said it's
soon.
okay to share his information.
All
So
right,
he
you
gave
want?
me
All right, I'll
permission.
put it posted. I'll put it up there again. Hold it up again if you want. I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
check
um,
that out if people want to get
yeah,
in touch with him.
yeah. Anyway, I assembled a Grabiflyer for him, and you have to get a converter that'll convert European or Chinese current, which is 230 to 250 volts at 50 hertz,
Yeah.
instead of what we have, which is 110 to 120 at 60 hertz. You have to get a converter to get that working, because it's a Tesla coil. The Tesla coil is one of the main, well, it's all important. And the Tesla coil sends charge to the single plate, the central plate, at about 1 million hertz, at 1 megahertz.
Do you
Is
have a
the
diagram of this somewhere? Or you want to bring one up? I mean, I'm showing the conference here. I'd like to
Yeah,
have
I
what's on
don't have
screen
a
reflect what
diagram
you're
handy of
talking
that,
about.
but
So,
Charles Crawford, who I work with, has the last bit of electronic equipment. And
Is pretty
oh, you've been
much, did
working
he
with
say the
Charlie?
only
yes, I
thing
have.
that's
We've been working
Oh,
missing
together
okay.
for
is
like
getting the
3 years.
Grabiflyer
Oh,
onto
nice. All
the
right.
And
converter to
I
have it
sold a lot
into
of my last
Chinese
Beamship kits that I
slash
had
Russian
with me
current
to him, as well as my
electrical
power
grid.
supply, which is a shame. I do have a negative power supply left right here, because the company that made them, Information Unlimited, which was run by Bob Iannini, and Bob Iannini also owned Tab Books, which you may remember as very really good educational electronics books for electronics hobbyists and that sort of thing, radio hobbyists. Anyway,
I think I've heard of them.
a gentleman named what's his name, David Shearer, down here in Florida, needed a power supply, and he said, "Do you know where these power supplies going to get?" And he said, "I said, well, what about Information Unlimited?" That came right away. He said, "No." He said he tried to contact them, and his wife said that he died. Bob died. He was old, and the company has been dissolved, which is a shame, because they had something really special in their anti-gravity drivers, their 50,000 volt drivers. It was a transformer. Basically takes the place of a large heavy flyback, and the transformer T1 was about the size of a large sugar cube, and it did the job of a Tesla coil. And it had a Cockcroft-Walton voltage multiplier, so it took the about 3 kilovolts at forget how many amps, maybe about 3 amps coming off the Tesla coil, into about 1 to 2 milliamps at 50,000 volts after the charge leaves the voltage multiplier. And then you just ground it with a ground wire, and the whole board weighed only about 125 grams. So Bob said, a scientist back in 2003, he said a scientist, he told me when we were talking on the phone, had gotten one of my beam ships to lift off against the Earth's gravity with onboard power. He said, a large device, I guess a couple meters in diameter. Well, I had ones that were a couple meters in diameter, and a lithium polymer battery. It ran for several minutes while making the battery very hot because of the charge it was sucking up out of the battery. But it will run, the power supply will run on 12 volts, which is when a lithium polymer battery is charged, it's almost 12 volts. And so that power module, high voltage power module, was really good. I sold a lot of them since 2002, all over the world, Japan. It helped kids win science fairs. And
are you still selling those somewhere? Or
yeah, I am still selling them, but
where can people buy those? I mean,
they can buy them from me directly. My website is no longer in existence because several years ago, I guess in 2012, the carrier hosting the website went out of business and didn't even tell me, and I never got a new website. However, they can order directly from me, and I will have special conference pricing over the next week or so, starting tonight.
Maybe we can
And
talk about getting those up on our because we have a store too. I could maybe try to get that up and sell that for you.
yes, of course, yeah,
You know,
and
sell
they're
some
all
of those
different
pretty things.
sizes
Long
from.
story short, Russell, you're let's talk about this because you're trying to get to Albuquerque, New Mexico, for Wednesday. Right now, it's going to be Sunday tomorrow, and you're
Yeah,
in Florida.
driving out there, and I've got a situation with my rent, and
Yeah.
I really have to get that paid, or I am, in dire straits next week, the first day of the conference. So I have to get that going even before the conference starts, because otherwise I will, be in great difficulty, shall we say.
I wish I could put a GoFundMe together for you, or we could do something like that. And I just, I like
I
to
just had to take
help
such a
out my
pay cut,
friends.
and I've been teaching music, and a lot of my clients, I teach music at 3 music schools around the area, part of the same chain, and a lot of my clients go away for the summer. And I had stopped teaching music when I joined Spintronics, ironically, back in 2013.
Mm.
Uh,
Once you lose those good, consistent clients, or your
yeah,
students and
they
stuff,
go away for the summer, bless them. But it's been really difficult these past couple of months trying to make ends meet, and the shelter, obviously is
Russell's an excellent musician, by the way. We jammed at Tesla Tech 2 years ago on the guitars and stuff. So he's
yeah. Well, I teach 5 different musical instruments: piano, keyboards, guitar, all styles of guitar, from lead guitar to classical guitar to jazz guitar, whatever. The music theory, of course, cello, violin, and bass guitar also.
nice.
So,
Yeah, but it's not
if you want to take, do a StreamYard, I can give you a music lesson right over the StreamYard if you like, remotely,
right.
which also became in vogue during the pandemic. That's another thing that came out of the pandemic. Oh, by
Yeah.
the way, this is a ring segment that was made in San Diego in I guess 2010, 2011. This is a layered version. All the previous Searle effect generators were homogeneous. In other words, just like a regular magnet. This layering of 4 of the requisite elements was proposed because Professor Searle said suggested it might work even better than the homogeneous magnets, of course, which worked fine, and they continued to work even decades after they had been lying out, to be discarded. But yeah, you need 4 elements basically to make it self-running, self-sustaining. The plates and runners, this is a runner segment. The runners are a cylinder made out of 8 of these discs. I'll take it out. Made of 8 stacked discs, which are joined magnetically. On the outer layer, you have copper. You have to have an element that's electrically conductive yet diamagnetic or paramagnetic on the outer surface or within the matrix of the magnet itself. Then you have iron, that's next in. that's magnetized with a special pattern. And then you have 8 of these discs that are joined when you magnetize them, and you shoot them with a combination AC and DC simultaneously, which was thought at the time to be absolutely crazy, but it worked. And it created these patterns of north-south poles, which we call maxils, which are also called magnetic bubbles, Professor Searle said. And then you have a nylon layer. You have to have some kind of thermoplastic as a binder or a layer, and that smooths out the pulses and keeps continuous cold current going through this thing, because this current is cold. It's not a hot current. It's boson current. It's not fermion current. It's boson pairs.
Interesting.
Cooper pairs, they also call them. So it does the opposite of a conventional fermion current, where you have single electrons that have no other choice but to bounce all over the place and create kinetic energy and heat. Kinetic energy creates heat. Well, that's not how nature works, really. Nature likes cold. Nature works in cold, as Victor Schauberger said. That's really nice. I like that spinner. Yeah, nature likes cold implosion instead of explosion. Heat creates explosion, or is created by explosion or expansion. And this is, instead of centrifugal motion, is centripetal motion and a falling temperature gradient. So implosion and a falling temperature gradient. That's what you have with order out of chaos. That's how nature works. And Searle technology. It works congruent with nature. So that's why it's a step in the right direction, instead of all the steps in the wrong direction that have been foisted upon us
technology
by people who are quite simply, I've come to this conclusion, they're ill of spirit, as the Pleiadian extraterrestrials say. They're ill of spirit. Not just ill of body, but ill of spirit. So this technology that could totally transform our world, increase our lifespans, cure diseases, like
he said boson
oh God,
instead of
Gordon
fermion.
Goodfellow was dying back in the day when they were building these things and flying them in England, and he was dying of a lung ailment. And Professor Searle said, "Here, take one of these generators. We're not using. Just let it run in your house." Do you know?
Yes, sir. He did.
Within 2 days,
part of it.
Gordon Goodfellow's lung ailment completely disappeared. The doctors had given him like anywhere from 2 months to 6 weeks to live. Anyway, that passed. He his health was completely restored.
I believe that could
by having this device in his home. It's a negative charge device. Well, all our wiring, even if it's AC, is positively charged. This is negative charge.
Be real careful with health claims on YouTube and claims about stuff like that. So they'll
figure out the
they'll
God
flag.
particle.
They can flag you for stuff like that.
They can do it, but they haven't done it yet. And look how many years it's been.
Well, that seems like a interesting. I mean, it's a fantastical claim, and I'd love to see.
Oh, it's not fantastical at all. In fact, they show, if you've kept up with the developments, and actually it was on Alt Propulsion website, they showed that high voltage electrical charges heal wounds great deal faster, which is exactly what happened when Professor Searle was in an explosion in his lab. The whole right side of his face was burned. Well, you couldn't tell it, except only maybe dermatologists who know skin, because after not even a day in the hospital, he said, "Take me home. I want to go home." Well, he had a SEG running in the wall of his home. It was built into the wall of his home, putting out negative ions, like a negative ion generator on steroids. Professor Searle says once you have one of these running in your home, it's not like you're breathing air anymore. It's like you're drinking fresh spring water. And the air, there's a smell of ozone, of course, and the air is just very clean. There should be one of these in every burn ward, because it heals ultra fast. If you have ultra fast healing, there's no time for scar tissue to form. And not only that, it kills germs in the air. It just knocks germs and viruses and pathogens right out of the air. And dirt, too, just falls to the floor. So that just means you have to mop your floors every day. But no, it just,
this is
the negative
interesting,
charge
but I
just
don't
takes them
want
right out of the
to
air.
put out any endorsements for
Anything
any kind
that
of
pollutants too, smoke and pollutants.
Yeah, no endorsing any health or anything like that.
So you're trying to get out here to this conference.
Right? Like, this is just for knowledge.
This is
purposes.
this is the in-person pricing for if you want to go in person.
We do not
all
verify
4-day
any of this.
passes. And then they have the live stream
have
option for people like
have
me. I
I
can't,
usually have the
unfortunately. I
banner
have
at the
too much
bottom
going
scrolling.
on.
Yeah,
I
for
can't.
what you get, it's a bargain, I think.
So I think this is like a good bargain. I mean, for the live stream, it's it's $100 to just to
I
live
put
stream.
the link on the Alt Propulsion website so people can go right to that and order it, and see all 5 days and all five
I'm
presentations.
familiar with you. Isaiah Ritchie's was talked about his Searle effect generators thing on APEC before, I believe. I met Steve Ward and the Ward um, generator there. The Brown's gas stuff. Oh, this is interesting. George Wiseman.
Definitely not
That sounds
Rockefeller approved.
interesting. I remember
Rockefeller approved to get
there was a couple people there.
There's a
Epstein's,
lot of
maybe.
interesting presentations every year, but this year
Yeah.
too, particularly.
I see a few guys that have been on APEC before or come through, but it's interesting. I just I wonder, man. I wish Steve was here to talk to, but yeah.
Yeah, last I talked to him, he was at the hotel getting ready to unload. He gave me a call.
And then you get the DVD for
That's the set, DVD set of all the
Yeah.
talks. Yeah.
Are they so they're back at the Crown Plaza in Albuquerque?
Yeah,
It's a
back
nice
at the Crown
hotel.
Plaza in Albuquerque.
Great
Yeah,
hotel. They
great,
got
great hotel, very nice.
the pool, real nice.
Yeah, the
They got-
pool and jacuzzis and the food is fantastic.
Yep. Yeah, lots of cool stuff to do with
Yeah,
the
University
family.
Boulevard, Albuquerque, right there, right next to I-25.
Yeah. Yep. You can't miss it. It's the tallest building on the where
Yeah,
the
you can see it
highway
for like at
crosses.
least a couple miles. Yeah.
Yeah.
The purple Crown Plaza.
Yeah, I
So,
had a good time. The times that I've gone a couple of years. But that's awesome that they're doing the live stream. I might have to check with that. So yeah,
yeah, last year they only had the live stream of that engine. What was the guy's name? I forget.
yeah, the thunderstorm
Yeah,
generator
the
with
thunderstorm
Malcolm
generator.
Bendel.
Yeah, but I can't remember the name of the gentleman.
Malcolm Bendel.
That's right. Yeah, that was a really great presentation. He ran
Yeah,
it indoors, ran it outdoors. It was pretty cool.
I was pretty disappointed that I missed that because I wanted to check that all out.
Yeah, they had that on live stream, but this year they had the entire conference on live stream for only 99, which is great, less than $100. Really
Yeah,
pays for itself.
That's the best package on here. I think is if you're gonna do it, but
Yeah, if you can't make it
definitely
there,
if
yeah.
you can't show up in person, Friday night and Saturday night are usually like really cool events there. So if you're in Albuquerque and local, you might want to just come down to the Crown Plaza just to come hang out with all the crazy, eccentric scientists, weirdos like Tesla weirdos
Like
like us.
like us, yeah. Like me, yeah. Yeah, but no,
so
it's my
it's a good time. No, it's
yeah.
a good time. I really hope that you can find a sponsor or someone can come through and maybe someone's watching this. It's like, hey, I'm an old
Yeah,
friend of
here's
Russell.
the flyer from the conference right here.
Russell, how can people reach out and get a hold of you if someone out there wants to help you out? And
Well, they can email me at russanderson3@hotmail.com. That's RUSSANDERSON3, not Russell Anderson, but russanderson3@hotmail.com, or give me a call. Just give me a call. My number is 484-255-1072. That's 484-255-1072.
yep, I won't post that so the bots don't, get you spam. So, but
Okay.
people who want to reach out to Russell and help him get from Florida and
Yeah,
so the department doesn't get shut down.
I don't know if anybody can see my email there, but that's it. russanderson3@hotmail.com.
Yeah, shoot Russell an email if you can help him out, man.
Yeah, if you can help with
we
whatever you
appreciate
can
that.
afford, your bat and 1,000 in my book, and helping to to alleviate some stress. And I'm trying to get out there, and I've got this rent hanging over my head, and I got to pay it.
It's tough right now, man.
It is tough. It is really tough. When prices started to go up during the pandemic, it started to get really tough. They said, "Oh, supply chain issues and everything," but what really happened mostly is greedflation.
Yeah, AOL still works too, and MySpace is still works too. So it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
We're in kind of a weird
I've had it
timeline.
since the year 2000. Since the year 2000.
We're in that alternate timeline,
Yeah, it's an alternate reality. And has everybody noticed? I'm sure they have, because even the young people are saying it, that time.
I was standing on the edge of my toilet, hanging a clock. The porcelain was wet. I slipped, hit my head on the edge of the sink, and when I came to, I had a revelation, a vision, a picture in my head. Toilet, hanging a clock. The porcelain was wet. I slipped, hit my head on the edge of the sink, and when I came to, the edge of my toilet, hanging a clock.
Back to the future.
Right.
That's exactly what he hit it on the head.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I wish that more people were interested in, this kind of, groundbreaking energy breakthroughs, technology, and getting these technologies.
Head on the edge of the sink, and when I came to, I had a revelation,
What?
a vision, a picture
Mike,
in
you
my
doing
head.
this, or what's
we
going on
need
there?
free energy and star drive, suppressed cures for disease, so we can lengthen our lifespans back up to where they're supposed to be. We're not supposed to live just 80, 100 years.
Yeah, right.
We're supposed to live 800 to 1,000 years.
According to the Bible and stuff, that's what Noah lived to be, like 800. And people, like a lot of people.
Methuselah too.
Yeah, they were all
these
like
people.
that old. That's kind of
they were
a whole other conversation.
Yeah, they were not necessarily.
This is what makes time travel possible. The flux capacitor.
Flux capacitor.
Life is learning. The Russians say, live 100 years, learn 100 years. If you only live 100 years, that's not really enough time. Or 70 years, maybe that's not enough time to gain spiritual insights.
Wait, who's doing that?
You only gain spiritual insights through having a life experience.
Apparently. Oh, you?
So the more life, it's been shown and known since the 1940s that the human brain can live for 1,000 years. So,
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
In the time permitted to us, and that time is supposed to be a lot more. Our genome was artificially altered to give us a really, really short lifespan, to just use us as slaves to do things like build pyramids and things. But we are spiritual beings. We have the right of self-determination and the right to have a long, healthy life. And that right has been taken from us, and through genetic engineering and genetic.
Left.
That's Fernando Morris on the left. Yeah, Jason I've known since 2005, and Fernando I've known since 2006.
And what?
Yeah, he knows Fernando.
Why is there no sound? a lie. A lie.
High voltage.
A lie.
High voltage is alive, and it becomes plasma. Good call.
Whatever, it
Hmm.
springs back to its original shape, or just flat, and that was something unknown in 1940, 46, 47.
But that memory material is not the same as the arts parts stuff, is it? Is it?
No, arts parts is something different. Arts parts
Yeah. So
is not the memory material. The
I
memory material is something different.
Well, the thing that I posted this on Twitter today, and because I came up to this idea, I had guys like Ed Fouché talking about, quasi crystals being the key to anti gravity and how the ships worked, and
It's one key. If you ever heard of the work or seen the work of Kowski and Frost, where crystal, I think it's a Rochelle salt crystal, either a quartz crystal or Rochelle salt crystal. I think it's a Rochelle salt crystal that's energized with transverse AC, RF, and high voltage DC. Very similar to what Hutchison did up in Canada. Yeah.
I've seen these videos. They're out of
Still
Russia,
want
I
my
think.
flying car. I was supposed to be Tuesday. Well, actually, we do have them now, but they're just glorified giant drones, mostly, and they're really good. And then there's this guy that has this flyboard, which is a jet engine, and he just flies around on. It's like something out of a comic book, and that can run for better part of an hour and get you a good distance at a pretty good speed. But that's still conventional technology. What we champion and we know about and know how to do, and it's very much simpler, is electrogravitics. And it's also electrohydrodynamics, magnetohydrodynamics, um, and electrostatic propulsion. And NASA Breakthrough Propulsion Lab right here in Florida just had a big breakthrough several months ago. It might even have been late last year, where they have electrostatic thruster that's all solid state, and it delivers 1 g of acceleration, so it can easily lift itself off against Earth's gravity and keep accelerating right into space as if it was a rocket, but it's an electric rocket.
yes, and I think that's Charles Bueller's stuff, right?
Yeah, and works in a vacuum. In fact, it works better in a
That was
vacuum.
amazing. That came that
Yeah,
that
that's
was
right.
right around Christmas time of last year. It was
Of
like
23, yes. I thought it came out late last year.
yeah,
Yeah,
the stream like
that's
the
right.
day
That
before
happened not
Christmas.
too far from here in Florida. I'm in Central Florida.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Tim Ventura was down there a couple weeks ago
yeah.
interviewing
Yeah.
people at
I
Florida
wish I
Lab.
could have met with him, but I guess he didn't have time.
That's too bad.
But yeah, but I've known Tim since 2001.
Right, and it was back in the day when I first was getting into this stuff. It was a very few people involved in this kind of research in general.
In the early days of the internet, thank God for the internet, as they say. Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is the only way that we're gonna ever figure this out, if it can be figured out, is by people like us putting our heads together and
Yeah,
trying to.
people replicating the devices and the technology. And this anti-gravity goes way back to George S. Pigott in 1903-04, which coincidentally was around the same time that Robert Goddard was getting started with his rocket experiments and eventually got some patents that the Germans copied, both the liquid fuel system and the gyroscopic guidance system.
George Pigott.
George S. Pigott. For George S. Pigott on Rex Research, maybe.
Pigott,
Rex
how do you
Research.
spell his last name?
Piggott. Yeah, I've included him in several of my presentations, actually.
Huh. Oh, is this him? Bettesworth Pigott? No.
Let's see.
No,
No,
this can't
that's
be
a
him.
British
It's a
judge. No.
It's a judge. I
Yeah.
don't care about you. We want the other Piggott. Yeah, have to find me some stuff on him. You said George Piggott's, and he'd be on Rex Research.
Yeah, rexresearch.com. Try that.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, all right.
Yep, there he is.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was doing the. All right. Yeah, this is.
Yeah. See, he was using an electrostatic generator.
Very similar to
evacuated. Well, actually, under several atmospheres to raise the current level. It wasn't evacuated, and it was some kind of either WIM source machine or some other powerful static machine. It generated somewhere up to 500,000 volts, and I don't know what the current level was, but he was able to remove that ground plate, and whatever he was levitating stayed levitated, and would have a blue band around it, which was really interesting. That was the first instance that I'm aware of any experimentation with electrogravitation and anti.
An object in space could move without any propellant. Well, the answer lies in the ingenious work of Charles Bueller, the man who dared Imagine trying to move a car without gas or electricity. It sounds impossible, right? Well, in the vacuum of space, things work a bit differently. Before we continue, let's take a moment to discuss an important milestone in Charles Bueller.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, no sound.
A major step forward in propellantless propulsion.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
You can't hear the alien science?
Now I can. Now I can. No, whatever you have up.
Oh. Where is it?
Did you guys hear about like the Japanese are gonna create a space elevator starting next year?
Yeah.
To use the inherent forces of a mock space
You know, I
setting
did
to
hear
generate
something about
propulsion
that.
without the need for fuel. The experiment was a triumph. With the
They're gonna use like yesterday we are talking about graphene graphite. They're using like graphene nanotube rope for that, like for that
That's
space elevator.
crazy. Oh, to just like use as a tether. Huh.
Yeah. Oh.
That's insane. I mean, honestly, I haven't thought about it enough to think if it could work or not, but you know, if they can get it to work, I guess that's cool.
I think that would be one of the coolest projects, you know, like a real good project.
And
Not
you know that now that I think about it, though, a space elevator will probably be the most practical way to bring civilians into space, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I think,
cool. Huh.
yeah. I don't know. I would want to go on that. It would be like really economical for to transport stuff to the International Space Station too.
That
You know?
too, yeah, that too. We can get them emergency equipment too, real fast.
Yeah,
Wow.
like we would have to, you know, use so much fuel or any of that stuff. Space elevator.
No, that's cool. I like it. Yeah, I can dig it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about like, okay, how would it be stuck to the orbit? You know, like what are they gonna tether it up there? It has to be on some orbit, right?
Right. Yeah.
Like locked into an orbit, and then you'd have to have like a platform that can launch to the space station. You wouldn't be possible to connect it to the space station because the space station like laps around Earth. I don't know, like maybe 10, 12 times, you know, a day or
right,
something
it's
like
going faster. You have to
Yeah.
anchor it to something that's going the exact same speed.
Exactly. So,
Wow.
you know.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, it's cool. It would be a cool concept. And plus, like if they're able really to do that, they can clean up all the space debris. If you think about it, you'd have like something. Yeah, yeah. It'd be a cool concept. I mean, they're gonna start it next year, so I'm really looking forward to see what happens to that.
What, the space
Tammy
elevator?
says it would be nice if Bob Greenyer and Malcolm Bendel attended the Tesla Tech conference this year. I agree, and it was really nice of Bob Greenyer to stop by our live stream or our premiere earlier. That was really cool.
This good.
But yeah, let's go back to the what they're talking about.
All right. Let me see here.
Yeah, this
Audio
guy Russell
engineer
Anderson's
at work.
fascinating.
Show this quote.
I feel
Sir
bad.
Oliver Lodge said, "The ether is not a physical thing. We cannot get a hold of it physically. Ether is non-physical. Well, it's Lorentz invariant and non-physical." He said, "We can only get it electrically, quote unquote."
That's
That's the
interesting.
nature of space-time. And Thomas Townsend Brown's experiments in Agnew Expansion Labs in the late 1950s.
Yep, and down in North Carolina.
Well, that
That's
makes
right.
sense
In
because
Winston-Salem, North
the
Carolina,
ether isn't physical; it's counter
basically
space. It's not
also
space.
showed that these that inertia, you can isolate a body with inertia with high voltage from
Voids,
inertia with high
black
voltage, but the nature of space-time is
hole.
Bearden
fundamentally
said
electrical.
there are no empty spaces.
I wonder if like these longitudinal
all
modes
bubbles.
that David Chester was talking about is this the key to that thing, because it seems to be like what he's pulled out of the whole Bearden loopholes and what other people have talked about with the B cross B field and others with the Heaviside Gibbs reformalization and a lot of that stuff seems to be like where the gap is in the physics that I've from what I
Yeah, it's tangential. It's all tangential. And it's all connected, and it's all, as Thomas Bearden,
I
the late
hope
Thomas
this is the
Bearden, showed.
year. I really hope this is the year at
It's
all.
got to be. It's got to be. We've we're running out of time, and we've run out of time. We need pollution revolution, and I believe that is at hand. We just got to let people know through your efforts and mine and all our colleagues. We have to. We've been doing that, but we have to redouble our effort on these things. My talk is on. Let's see.
Do you have a flight already, or are you going to drive?
Well, we always drive now, so I can bring out equipment.
Yeah. True, yep. I can't imagine trying to get on a plane.
Electrogravitics, the far side of disclosure.
They don't like when you bring electrogravitic demonstrations on planes.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I had brought, I can bring whatever I want when I go in a car, and I had brought kits to sell, and they usually sell, but it was so sparsely attended, I didn't really have good sales last year, but
well, hopefully
I want to have some more. I would like to have some more sales. Maybe you could help spread the word about my Beamship kits that I've been selling since the year 2002, after several months of research. And
yeah, those are
prove that
cool, man. It'd be good to find some educators out there that want to show this stuff off to their students. That's a great way.
Yeah, well, I've been in schools helping kids, build these things and then fly them. Most notably, Dearborn, Michigan, back in 2003. I helped Russ Gibbs' video class, the students there win the
shout out to Dearborn,
2003
my peeps
Detroit
in
Metro
Dearborn.
Science Fair physics division with one of my beam ships, and they got on the local television with it also. And yeah, who knows what DARPA has created by now? Well, I think you should believe people when they say what they say, like Ben Rich, the former head of the Skunk Works, Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, came out with this U-2 spy plane and various other things, including the
he said we have the
B-2
technology
stealth
to
bomber,
go
Spirit bomber,
throughout
that
the solar
he
Travel the
said,
stars.
whatever you see in science fiction, we can already do. And he also said, we have the technology to take ET home. That's warp drive. That's warp drive in real time. When you're traveling inside a bubble of normal space,
How do
And
we do it? I want to know. I want
yeah,
to see it.
yeah.
I
Well,
want
I
to know
just look at my
we have to create
YouTube
negative
videos.
energy according to the output of the air
Negative. What do you
thing.
think negative energy is? Negative energy is
Dirac
the
C.
yes, bingo, on the nose. It's the Dirac sea of electrons, or the sea of negative energy.
Yeah.
That's the ether.
So you could maybe produce it with polariton condensate.
Yes, or Bose-Einstein condensates.
Yeah.
And of course,
That
grand
term
old
Dirac
electrogravitics,
C
which is
is
also
familiar
called
to me.
electrohydrodynamics. They showed
Yeah,
in Paris,
these are
France, the
both
inventor
very key
and
aspects.
Paris, France government aerospace agency in a large vacuum chamber, much bigger than General Electric, which they did in '59. They did in '55, and showed that these things, these electrified saucer airfoils, they fly better in a hard vacuum. There seemed to be no limit to the speed in a vacuum. In fact, they had to shut it down.
Wow,
And there's
that
no
sounds
sonic
amazing.
boom.
I mean, because yeah, there's a lot. That's a big controversy right now. So that was in Jesse Michaels's recent documentary, and there's a $50,000 award for anyone that can like definitively prove that with the show and the experiment to like.
Yeah, well, not only do you have inertia isolation, which Brown proved with his apparatus, he would turn it on, and then you'd have a double-sided capacitor saucer. You turn it on, it would be going one way, and a certain speed, usually pretty fast. And then he'd flip the switch, flip the polarity, reverse the polarity, and without even speeding up or slowing down, it would head off in the opposite direction at the same speed.
Wow.
Not only that, Northrop Corporation in the late 1960s did experiments with electrified airfoils, and they found that skin heating is greatly reduced, sonic boom is eliminated, and perhaps most importantly, with all this electromagnetic stealth work, radar signature is reduced or totally eliminated.
Hmm.
Especially in a flying wing type shape or boomerang type shape.
Yep.
So why is a guy like that doesn't have a
Yeah,
like
that
a
reminds me
job
of
or
because the Lake Marabou stuff they were using the
Because
lasers to
Lulu, it's
produce
because
liquid
America's
plasma and
ass
stuff.
Yeah, I saw
backwards,
that. I have his
and
book
they're
Future of
funding
Flight,
illegal immigrants
but
to
I
spend
don't
stay
think
in
the
Yeah.
fancy
laser
hotels instead of
is a
funding
good
this guy to
approach.
go to
It has to be
Tesla Tech
ground
and do
based.
his
You don't want
research.
anything
Yeah,
ground based. You want
but
to, if
there's
you
other
want
like
like a
they
real
they
beam ship, you want to maybe take your laser with you, and
they
have it
have this thing
either
on. Yeah,
nuclear powered or solar powered or something.
I bet you they have these ships already. They have
Oh,
they've
of
had
course.
put
You know
stuff
they
on there.
do. There are two sources I've always said since even before the turn of the millennium. I said, there are two sources to UFOs. One is terrestrial, one is extraterrestrial.
Yeah,
Using
yeah.
similar technologies. Some
Those
developed on Earth, some plundered from recovered craft.
those Ben Rich quotes came from I think Jim Goodall, right? They weren't actually.
Also, I think John Lear.
Yeah. They weren't actually attributed. Like no one's actually has a recording, and Ben Rich actually said this, and
Yeah, but
Bernie,
these are
what's that
famous quotes
article
nevertheless,
that's
and I
one
believe them,
wrong?
especially in light of the disclosed recent patents by Salvatore
Sorry, what was
Pais.
that, Lulu?
I said,
yeah, I'm
what
pretty
did you
sure that
post
that
there?
U.S.
was
Navy. Those are Navy patents, and the only reason they were issued was
You
because the
can't
patent
hear
examiner said,
over the.
are these working? He
Don't
said
worry.
the guy who filed the patent said, or the group that filed the patent said, yes, these are working patents. These patents are of working devices
yeah.
in service. I'm like, okay, well that explains a lot.
Because there's a lot of people that were like, "Oh, that's Pentagon. That's the Pentagon putting out disinformation. To warn our. They're trying to warn Russia that we have, super weapons and Wonderwaffe, and I don't know. So there's like, there's people that are doubting this and think that that the
Yeah,
U.S.
well, you don't have
Navy.
to doubt it. We've had this, for 100 years. Look at the German technology. Look at, like you mentioned, the Wunderwaffens. Well, the Germans didn't have great rocket scientists. Were brought over here at the close of the war in 1945 under Operation.
There's no sound.
Yeah, the sound cut out again. We can make up our own dialogue.
I don't think the video has audio.
Oh, okay. Huh. Yeah, it's just an older video, huh?
Oh, take a picture of that calendar, please, please, please. I need that picture of that calendar because I think they alter, like they shift days and times. But if we have an old one, a real one, then we can count the days and see if we're really accurately on the same day that we're supposed to. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the theory that we kind of like.
Yeah.
This plays into the Mandela effect, right?
Yes. Yes. Take a picture. I keep old calendars because there's
Oh,
always.
that's cool.
Yes. And if you play it back a bit, I want to take a snap image of that calendar, Mike, please.
That's crazy.
I promise. Count the days, you'll see a discrepancy in that.
There is a
That
theory
is correct, Solar Marshal, and the link that's posted is to join if you want to join.
There is a theory that this kid had on YouTube a while ago about the particle accelerator in Searle, Switzerland. He said that the Mandela effect it could be caused by when they turned on the particle accelerator, there created a split in our timeline.
Like a fracture or something.
Yeah, like a fracture.
Similar things have been rumored around the Philadelphia experiment sort of thing as well, I've heard. But yeah, CERN, because there's also been the similar images of what Mike posted earlier, that Daniel Nemes guy, but were from CERN. And there was some other dude that had this camera, and there's recordings of like similar things coming out of the plasma in the center of the CERN reactor. It's pretty wild and creepy.
I wish there's sound so they could tell us why are they marking the calendar.
And yeah.
Doesn't look like it has audio.
A couple of months ago, I had the weirdest anomaly. I have receipts that I'm at the same time in two different places. Explain that one to me.
Deja vu.
I asked Jeremiah Pop. He said that the only explanation would be a gravitational well. That the Earth's gravity was much denser at that point, or there was much more, gravity traction, that it could alter time. But there's 15 minutes in, there's supposed to be at least 15 minutes in between those two events. And I have them on receipt, not just one time, on 3 different occasions.
Yeah, I remember you told us this before. 15 minutes.
So,
yeah, it was a very interesting story. And you have the receipts too.
I still have them. I could bring them. I could show it to you guys if you want. I have, it's.
Yes, please.
Okay, give me a sec.
You see this? Got another video here of the T.T. Brown stuff.
See, maybe Tic Tacs or blimp aerogel connected with this electrostatic.
And that thing's heavy too, or it looks heavy.
Most of these Brown videos don't have audio.
Look at how it's like a bell, like more of a bell disc shape.
Right? And then notice the little tiny spheres. What is that, like a coil with spheres on them?
Oh, is that springs or what's going between? Interesting.
Yeah, on the left-hand side, you see something with a bunch of metal spheres on it. I wonder what's going on there. I guess that's how you handle your balls.
The spheres.
Yeah, that's some people are like, "Oh, it's just ion propulsion." Like if that thing's that heavy, it's not going to be ion propulsion. Come on.
It's not. It's potential propulsion.
Yeah, I know. It's just like, like you got to think about these things a little bit more in depth. That some of the skeptics are just looking at its surface, surface value. Oh, wow, I didn't see that before. That's crazy. That electric arc?
Yeah, the arc.
Wow.
Did it just disappear and is it coming back? What is going on?
Hmm. So something going on with the Tic Tac that needs to be looked at. Now, according to Dr. Greer, the Tic Tac is a military vessel, isn't it?
Yeah, he did say something like that once. I don't know. He didn't say like he thought it was possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have it here. This was from March. Hold on, I don't want to mess this up. Okay. This is from March 13th, 2004. 6:38 p.m. This is the first receipt. I'll zoom in a sec to show the time. I don't know if you guys could see it.
Mike, can you zoom in on Lulu's screen for
You
a
see what
moment?
it says? 6:33 p.m.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. And I wrote it because I organized them. I put the time anomaly. I put time stamped anomaly being at the same time, two different places. Okay. This is that one. And then this is the second one. That was at the gas station. This is Walmart. And the time stamped right here is 3/13/2004, but it's in the format of the 24-hour. It says 18:33. Same time.
Oh, the military time, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if you could see it. Hold on. Let me point to it. Right there. On the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
See it? How is that possible? And this is it. I have like two other ones with the same, like on different times. How can I be at the same, like in two different places at the same time? Explain that to me.
The only way that is possible, in my opinion, is if the time was wrong on one of the computers, but that doesn't make sense because the computers have to be hooked up to the internet to work.
Yeah, and it's like more, they're connected to credit card machines. They're connected to, like they can't mess with this because it then and it's Walmart. Like Walmart is not in its shell. Like
Windows made it almost impossible to screw up your time. As long as you have it set and hooked up to the internet.
I'm telling you, like it's crazy. Like I cannot find an explanation to it. It sense. It doesn't make sense. Like how can I be on place?
You went through some kind of time bubble or time.
I have another one.
Time shift.
Yeah, but it didn't happen just one time. It happened like two times this year. This one's from February.
In the 1950s, as waves of flying saucer sightings occurred throughout the
This was 214. Is it 214 also?
A man named T. Townsend Brown.
Yeah, it's February 14th.
Let's put our tinfoil thinking caps on for a minute and think to ourselves: could this be an effect of a side effect of somebody actually trying to manipulate time?
Yeah, I think so. Somebody's warping time.
I've
and it's
heard
just a
of
side
several
effect.
people talking about like you're experiencing time dilation with once the like coils or plasma fields are like activated and
The
stuff.
earliest experiments in electrogravitics are
And
recorded.
then there's also the gravity wells where there's lots of time dilation. Michael Boyd was starting to get into it, but then like tying it to like all of those arches and portals supposedly throughout America there around the Badlands and Arizona, like all over. Right? It's crazy. Who knows? No.
Or aliens are
Guys, hopefully we'll see you there. Thanks so much for joining. If not,
Yeah, I didn't know Tesla Tech was right around the corner. I might have to try to grab a ticket to that.
Yeah, boy, if you can make it to Albuquerque for Wednesday, get your butt out there.
No, I don't think I'll be able to make it in person,
Or
but
Friday.
I'll definitely, I'll definitely be able to do the live stream.
Online,
Yeah.
online, I got you.
Online. I wish I could do it in person. Honestly, I would if I could. I'd come out there with a
Well,
coil.
Canadian and American governments, please stop sending all our tax dollars to Ukraine and instead invest just a wee bit of it into getting geniuses like us to these invention conferences. So, come on, what the fuck?
I've been to that hotel. It's fun. I went to an event called Cosmos to the Stars, something like that.
That sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah. It was when Trump wanted to create the Space Force. I got invited, so I went. And yeah, it was.
By using high voltage.
That sounds fun. No, I got recruited by the Space Force. I didn't actually fill out the application though, but.
No, I did, and I went, and I learned so many different.
In the 1950s.
Met so many great people. Yeah, I mean, it felt weird. The whole the people there. I swear to God, I think there were shapeshifters. Some of them,
Yeah, just maybe they're just from a different world entirely.
Shifting through them different dimensions, right? The portals, I don't know.
Man, the weirdest things happen. You don't understand, like the things that nobody would be like. How do you get yourself into this stuff? Yeah, I don't know, but
Can you still do you still have the videos of the orbs, Lulu?
I do. Let's pull them up.
Oh, that's
cool. I got two thoughts on time manipulation, if you want to call it that, to give it a broad definition of what we think is being done to time, either traveling through it or viewing it or manipulating and changing it, all of the above. The only way you can manipulate time in any way, and even then, it's not even malleable, because even if the time was already occurred, all of time already happened, and it's been recorded, and now it's returning to the beginning to replay itself. There must be a cycle with time, a loop. It can't just, be an infinite outward non-existing loop. It has to be. It has to reflect sooner or later. Time.
It's not
the time
it's
signal.
An infinity
has
of
to
direction. It's an
later.
infinity of duration.
Right. Let's say it's a signal. Let's say time is a signal wave. Then if it's an infinite signal wave, then it's going to be generated infinitely. Then it's going to spread itself throughout infinity. Eventually, it's if it's infinite signal wave, then it's going to surpass infinity. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
And then what happens when it surpasses infinity? It has to, there has to be a barrier.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Dimensional barriers and limits with them, and that
you can't have infinity go up against infinity. There will be. You can't have infinity go up against infinity.
What if infinity looks at itself in the mirror, Mike? What happens then?
There's your reflection. There's the recording. Is it not a recording when you look in the mirror? Is that not a mirror recording?
Of infinity?
It's a real time. The mirror reflection is a real time recording.
Yeah.
Huh. So it's real time records infinity.
Real time. See,
So in real
time
time,
is
you can have two infinities
totally
if you are a mirror.
malleable. When you are in an energy being, you can be part of the time cycle for sure.
My question is, since everything is happening all at the same time and everything that ever happened or ever will happen has already happened.
That's just theory. That's in theory, though. We don't know that to be true.
Except for everything yet to come.
Right.
Right. Let's say
based
it's
on
not
that
true.
theory, are we even able to change anything, even if we could travel back in time, for instance?
Well, that's why I say that we can if
You'd
if
only be
it's been
traveling
recorded.
back in energy.
Oh, no,
and then
you
you would
cannot
create
change
a new
anything.
physicality behind the original time in a new time.
You can't change the recording.
No, that's how you literally get like a fractal of time, like the Mandela effect is supposedly creating.
Right, you can't
so you're
change
creating
the
a
geometry.
new fractured universe every time you would travel backwards.
Yeah, essentially a new branch within it, starting from that same spot, but further back along in actual time.
What do you say? You're creating it or finding it that it was finding something that was already there to begin with?
Well, you're just creating a new branch. You're
Even if time is not a geometrical form, it is housed by one. Does that
makes sense? No, that makes sense.
Does that ring anything?
Yeah, no, that makes sense, and that's something that Malcolm actually describes too.
Actually, can we get back to playing a little bit of that plasmid unified theory? I'd like to get into that a bit more, like try and understand it a little.
Yeah, if you pull up my documentary Divine Science episode 1, I have a whole chapter on it that goes in depth of explains, the different categories of the plasmoid unification model and how they relate to each other.
Yeah. Do you mind doing that, Mike?
Can you present it, Ben?
Yeah, I gotcha. Give me 1 second. Actually, I'm gonna send you the link. Or no, because my bandwidth. Actually, no, I'll try to do it. If it gives me problems,
send me the link. Post the link.
Post the link in private chat. Mike can pull it up.
Okay.
And we're watching T. Brown's demos experiments right now, right?
In the private chat.
Brown.
Yeah.
In 1994, I looked at his.
Began. In the 1950s, as waves of flying saucer sightings occurred throughout the United States.
According to Malcolm, the plasmoid
was trying to catch up
That's
with the
the thing.
Russians'
It's like
launch
this
of
has been
Sputnik.
going on for
A man
generations.
named
That's what people
T.
need to understand. It's like
busy on
it's
experiments.
not just.
Okay, here you go. I copied it at the correct time too. So again, I'll put it in the chat. You get it, Mike? Yeah. You get it, Mike? Oh, you're downloading it? Okay. Yeah, no, you're right. I'll have to tell you what the timestamp is. Give me 1 second. So you're looking at minute 50. So 50 minutes in. It's a long documentary. It's like an hour and a half long. I think I overdid it a little bit too much. Yeah, 50. Yeah, that's too far. There we go. Yeah, right here.
Solution to the problem of unifying everything, taking into account the properties and relationships of crystal form, sound, color, time, and angles. This technology revolves around the ancient numerical patterns found in structures such as the pyramids and other architectural wonders. These numbers, when analyzed, reveal a fascinating relationship between various ancient civilizations and their architecture, as proven by pioneers like Randall Carlson. Geometry is integral to understanding the PUM, and plasmoids generate and store charge using the principles of sacred geometry. Malcolm's plasmoid diagram categorizes different aspects of the universe: ether, sun, matter, and time. When we understand the relationships between these four categories, we can begin to build a picture of how our universe actually works. Ether represents the underlying energy of our universe. It is DC energy at rest, as observed in Marco Rodin's vision. The source of the non-decaying spin of an electron, zero-point fluctuations in the vacuum. Ether can best be visualized by imagining the light paradox. The light paradox refers to a situation where all colors are present, yet there are no colors observed. Imagine you have a beam of light. If you take light going into a prism, you can see that light splits up into its frequencies and contains in itself all colors. This paradox arises when light contains a mixture of all possible colors. However, due to a phenomenon called color subtraction, when all colors are mixed together in equal amounts, they cancel each other out and no colors are perceived. Instead of perceiving a mixture of colors, the result is a perceived absence of color or white light. This paradox highlights the similarities between the ether, because ether contains within it all time, matter, and color, but this energy exists in a realm where there is no time, matter, or colors. Still confused? I don't blame you. Let's try another analogy. Imagine you have a magic toy box that can turn out any toy you can think of. How cool would that be? Now, this toy box is a bit magical because it can make all the toys appear and disappear instantly, just by thinking about it. But here's where things get tricky. Sometimes you want to have all the toys in your toy box at the same time, right? It's like having a big party with all your favorite toys. However, the magic box can only hold one toy at a time. So, you can only play with one toy while the others are waiting in line. The ether paradox is kind of like having all toys and no toys at the same time. It can be a bit confusing, just like the paradox of having nothing and everything all at once. But sometimes, these kinds of paradoxes help us think about the deeper mysteries of the universe and how everything is connected. So this is the paradox, and this is what our society lost through ignoring sacred geometry. By not learning the wisdom which was transmitted through ancient texts, wisdom was enshrined in, for example, the Great Pyramids so we wouldn't lose it. It makes sense. What is the one thing that would be left after a global calamity? Giant megalithic structures made out of stone. The sun acts as an intermediary between the realm of ether and the realm of matter, facilitating the flow of energy and the emergence of physical existence. The sun has the ability to imprint frequencies onto the surrounding energy called ether, transforming it into matter. It could be speculated that the interactions and movements of energy within the ether could potentially align with the recurring pattern of the 3, 6, and 9. Furthermore, In this hypothetical connection, the sun could be envisioned as a focal point or generator of energy within the ether. The energy emissions and processes associated with the sun could be seen as one manifestation of the underlying energy flow or vibration identified in the 369 pattern observed by Marco Rodin. Putting on our vortex math lens, the sun can be seen as the number 9 or the source of this energy at rest. Then we have time. Time is seen as the mold that shapes matter, with different dimensions, both 4D and 3D, playing a role in this process. Malcolm makes an analogy of transitioning from the sun to matter. This transition necessitates the involvement of time as a crucial element. Malcolm explains this transition by likening it to converting direct current into alternating current, which involves adding timing or time as a factor. However, traditional methods of conversion results in a loss of energy. All matter inherently possesses frequency characteristics, with time and the sun playing important roles in shaping and transforming energy into tangible matter. Malcolm argues that since time is mutable and can be reversed or sped up, light, which travels at a constant speed, serves as a reference point for proving that matter is fundamentally based on frequency in relation to time. That's where matter comes from, the interaction of frequency and time. Ether is a concept that represents the underlying fabric or essence of the universe. It symbolizes the infinite, formless, and all-pervading energy beyond physical matter. In sacred geometry, it is often associated with the concept of universal consciousness, or from the unmanifested potential from which everything arises. In summary, Malcolm's plasmoid unification model posits that all matter inherently possesses frequency characteristics, and time and the sun play important roles in shaping and transforming energy into tangible matter. Diving into the unification model's ancient connections starts by highlighting the number 432, which is believed to be a universal constant and resonant frequency found in various phenomena and ancient civilizations. Bendel suggests that 432 represents the number of protons or electrons required to form a plasmoid. This implies that plasmoids, which are key energy sources in the PUM, resonate at this frequency, indicating a profound connection between energy, matter, and the universe's design. Regarding Malcolm's practical application for the PUM, he calls it the molten sea arc atomic reconstruction technology. This type of cold fusion technology allows for atomic reactions at manageable temperatures and without any toxic byproducts. The molten sea arc refers to Solomon's molten sea, which he believes was the last known plasmoid generator used in history for storing and generating electrical charges. Unlike its well-known counterpart, the Ark of the Covenant, the molten sea arc was a massive basin, described as being 10 cubits in diameter, 5 cubits in height, and having a decorative rim in the form of flower petals. It rested on 12 bronze oxen, 3 facing each cardinal direction. This would have made the diameter about 15 feet. The connection between the molten sea arc and the Ark of the Covenant is not direct, as historically they served different purposes in Solomon's temple. The Ark of the Covenant was a sacred chest that contained the stone tablets with the 10 Commandments and was seen as the symbolic presence of God. It was placed in the innermost part of the temple known as the Holy of Holies, while historically the molten sea basin was placed in the outer courtyard. Malcolm believes that same technology behind the phenomenon known as MSART was utilized in the molten sea arc. Plasmoids are atomic batteries that store energy through their specific geometric shapes. He believes that, based on the descriptions of the arc, they were utilizing sacred geometric principles to produce free energy. Malcolm suggests that plasmoids generated through an imploded bubble are safe and can be used to store massive amounts of energy. It is estimated that up to 1 kilowatt of power can be stored within clusters of plasmoids that reach their maximum charge density. These plasmoids can effectively store and discharge energy in a controlled manner. His theory also suggests that the molten sea acted as the charger for these plasmoids, and the Ark of the Covenant was a capacitor that had the ability to hold those plasmoids. This is why it's called the molten sea, an entire sea of energy within one 10-cubit basin. It utilizes water in the same way Malcolm's generator does, as fuel. Bendel also mentions the importance of the numbers 27 and 9 in relation to the sun, moon, and earth. He suggests that the Sun and Moon exhibit a harmonic resonance with the Earth based on these numbers. The Earth's mean orbital radius is approximately 27 times the Moon's mean orbital radius, and the Earth's mean rotation period is approximately 27 times the Moon's mean orbital period. The number 9 appears because 27 is divisible by 9.
What does it all
highlighting
mean,
a
man?
harmonious relationship between these celestial bodies.
Little pun there.
These numerical relationships proposed by Bendel aim to demonstrate the intricate and intelligent design present in the universe and its connection to the plasmoid unification
Intelligent
model.
design is what it
By
all
exploring
means.
the
I
numerical
guess.
patterns and relationships,
what I believe.
Malcolm
That's
seeks to
my
gain a
personal
deeper
theory.
understanding of the fundamental
I
principles
think that's what it points to. And then when you see it like I do, and I think you do, Bernie, I think you can't unsee it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like there's a God code of or creation code in there.
Yeah,
And the ancients
it's
definitely knew it.
literally I call it a polarized programming language.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, I think it was catchy. It was a nice line, I think. But yeah, no, this is my baby right here. This docu-series, I love working on divine science.
We gotta
and it's
keep
been real
listening to
fun.
this. This is good because a lot of it goes along with my own research. So, got me intrigued here.
Yeah.
Right, oxygen as exhaust, and it goes back into the system. That's how you're getting a bit of the over unity. You're feeding the fuel back into itself, or you're feeding
two things
exhaust
there.
back in as fuel.
There's two things there I found out. It's not technically an over unity system. It's just really highly efficient HHO.
Well,
It
yeah,
can
highly
be.
efficient.
Yeah,
Right, exactly.
it can be, but it's being detuned on purpose so it doesn't like destroy itself. And then also there was a little mistake in that. It said it needed gas only for the start of the engine, but that's not true. It actually needs 10% carbon to run in general. So it does need at least 10% carbon.
For the fuel for the reaction to take place properly.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's just, you know, like something that I put out early on in my research, and I had to do an addendum to that because, you know, there's so much information here. I had to sort. It took me a long time to sort through it all.
No, absolutely. You're doing a great job, man. We're all just trying to figure it out together here.
Right, and I think I'm starting to understand a little bit, but the PUM is so complicated. It's like vortex math, you know.
So yeah,
it's
this
a
right
rabbit
here,
hole.
the magic squares, that book on the magic squares, it explains, it's the coding of all of what was just shown there.
Really?
Yes, and it's also like alchemical cipher and Masonic cipher with language and stuff. It's nuts. Magic squares are nuts.
I knew it had to play into vortex math in some way. I just
That's
didn't
like
know.
that's one of the little god codes is magic squares.
Huh. That's cool.
Burn. I can't find it. As if somebody deleted it from my phone, but I know I have a backup on an old phone. Like I'll have to transfer it and I'll email it to you.
We appreciate that.
Oh, the spheres or
Yeah.
the
That's
but I'm
crazy.
telling you,
It's
somebody's messing
expunged,
with
eh?
my phone. Like they're deleting things. Like I've sent
Brutal.
so much things to
possible.
Jeremiah.
Yeah, I
All
know.
of it is
He
gone.
said, really,
All of it is gone.
really. I'm gonna have
Yeah.
to see if he still has copies. Hopefully, if like that's wild.
Yeah, I sent
You
him.
know,
two,
it's
like,
legit when
two
it gets
videos.
expunged. That's
I'm
all
telling
there
you,
is
like,
to it.
yeah, but what they don't know is that I have an old phone that I, just drop in it and then I turn it off so they don't have they don't have time.
just always have a backup.
You know?
That's what I learned the
Like,
hard
to
way.
delete. Yeah, but really, I've sent him a lot of cool things and it's all gone. So I have to find it from my old phones. You know, I sent that video to NASA. No response.
The response was it gets expunged.
No response.
They put you on a list. That's the response.
The
And
funny
yes,
thing is,
Terran
actually,
Earthling, absolutely, this is why nuclear decay rates change.
actually, the funny thing, they invited me, and I went to one of their I don't know. They were they had their vendors, and they showed me material that they were using for outside of the spacecrafts, what they use, like the shielding material.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I got a bunch of like cards and a bunch of people talk to me, and they're like, if you're interested, if you, because I have a company, and that's, when I signed up originally with them, I signed up as a company, and so I played it all automatically. I get an invite. So, I told Tim once, I'm like, I get a lot of invites from NASA, but I don't like going by myself, because I just don't,
Yeah,
and
We're
there
seeing
could be a lot of
ultraviolet
anxiety.
light in the ionizing chamber.
Yeah, so
Interesting.
it's just basically like UV lights that you get off the shelf at a pet store.
Really, that easy. I
Mhm.
like this, but the crucial part is the UV light able to ionize it. Because once it's
Yeah, and
ionized, it's in plasma state.
well, no, it's imprinted, so
Essentially. Like
it's
from a chemical.
preconditioned for the, yeah, it's
Yeah.
preconditioned. So as soon as the cavitation happens, these are more likely to form the plasmoid structures. But yeah, no, it is highly ionized gas. I'm sure there's a little bit of microscopic plasma unstructured forming in there as well,
Right? Like there's the ability to scale it up in
But the point is that these
action magnitude.
yeah, this happens in nature. The sun imprints the
Oh, it's all
frequency
called
onto the
fusion.
air. Yeah, and this is how nature utilizes the vacuum energy to create massive thunderstorms. And I think
Absolutely.
a lot of these
That's why it's taking some of
scientists
it out of
yeah, I think
space, or what they call the vacuum, but is not the vacuum. It's actually essentially the ether.
it's
Space.
counter space is what it is.
Counter space. Yeah. Of
But I
the
think a lot of
spring.
these inventors knew that. I think a lot of these inventors looked at nature and was like, yeah, this is what nature's doing.
So see all them numbered squares in there? That's what we're talking about with the magic squares, being able to
Magic
code all of
squares.
that, and then you're coding the
Oh, so he
field
just
and the
didn't have the
energy
big.
through it.
He just didn't have the big picture of it being in the shape of a torus.
Well, Searle did.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, that's what
He
the
envisioned
book's
this,
about.
the law of squares. Because I've never read his law of squares. I've never been able to find it.
Not too many have. Like the APEC presentation, they're saying it got bought out by the government, so nobody could get it. Or not APEC, sorry, Russell Anderson there was talking about that. My bad.
Yeah,
After.
no, it's crazy. I'd like to learn more about that and how it relates.
These spheres utilize sacred geometric principles. The ice-cold plasmoids and burning hot exhaust collide at just...
Looks like a magic rod or something there. Interesting.
Yeah,
That's
I plan on
carbon
doing an
right
episode
there.
on Searle eventually. It's carbon?
It's carbon
That is-
60.
That is a hedron.
Yeah.
You said carbon 60?
It's a nanotube.
Yeah, it's a nanostructure, right? And this is where the platonic solids get so important into this, is that depending on what harmonic octave your chemical compound lays on, or your fractal, then you use whatever geometry, whether it's this. So carbon's obviously on the 60 on the hedron, then you've got the the rest of them, the smaller, the triangle, and the more complex with the 7, 8, 9 on them. Anyways.
So, that's the hedron shape there. I don't know how many sides it has.
60 or 64, something like that, I think. That's why it's C60, I believe.
Yeah, that's the honeycomb shape, right? So that shape, the honeycomb shape, is supposed to be part of the... What was his name? The guy who wrote Shape Power. He was talking about the honeycomb shape and how bees utilize it. I'm going to see if I can find that. That was really interesting. He's talking
Can we play some more of that?
Like this?
I think so. Or is that one dodecahedron?
I don't know. 1, 2, 3.
I don't think you got it. Like Buckminster Filler? Was that who you're talking about with the buckyball?
Oh, here you go.
Wow,
Dan,
I just built the most
his name is Dan Davidson. I'm gonna put a video in the private chat.
There we go. Tetrahedron, cube, octahedron, dodecahedron, iconahedron, and then the next one was the.
Does it have 5 or 6 sides?
That one I think is 8. No.
Hedron's not in here. Gotta look it up. Well, yeah, the hedron is the carbon geometry of a carbon molecule.
Exactly. The carbon.
Regarding the thunderstorm needing the carbon.
Yeah.
With the water. The H2O and the carbon. And the carbon deposits, those geometries are what's depositing on Kesh coils.
Yes, sir. The nano coating.
I mean, I'm just making a slightly educated guess there. I don't want to put myself too far out of the limb, but it sounds like the Kesh coil has got it's carbon, nanocarbon on the Kesh coil. So we all know that. So
the dodecahedron kind of looks like a snowflake in the bottom.
It does. And the cube kind of looks like a cross.
It does, yeah. That's interesting. I never put that connection together there with the cube and the cross. Huh.
The cube and the
like
cross?
When you fold out a cube, it just makes a cross. So it's just very simple geometry, but it's a simple geometric fact.
Well, Keshi says CO2 GAN, so it's carbon with 2 oxygen that he says you're coating the coils with.
Carbon with 2 oxygens.
Symbol
CO2. Yeah.
Like the cube is a box, and then it turns into a cross. You've got like the Mecca, the Kaaba, the black square, and then it's a cross. Think about it.
You got it, and that plays into the ciphers as well as that magic square, mathematic coding of it all, as well as when you get into the real esoteric and occult, like spell casting of the witches and the alchemists and all of that, and it's pretty intense. It's like,
yeah. Do you know the theory? Because Malcolm was describing how essentially you can, if you are practiced, if you're practiced in the art of meditation and focus, you can focus plasmoids with specific, like hand forms and stuff. You can focus plasmoids into the tips of your fingers and have different effects.
like
so
chi and yoga, essentially.
Exactly. And in the different hand forms and different shapes that you produce with your hands and different movements with your body, you can essentially kind of, I think, create bubble cavitation in the air.
All right,
and
so we're going to be the bubble cavitation plasma Jedis, is what you're saying here.
Basically, yeah. And that's the ongoing theory, is that some of these unexplained phenomenon that, Buddhist monks seem to be able to levitate themselves.
Yes,
just,
King Guang, right? Is that how you say it? Am I butchering it? Kwai-jong?
Negong? Qigong?
Yeah, right? I'm butchering.
You talking about the martial arts thing?
Yeah, but it's like focusing the plasmids. It's like focusing the chi.
Qi, right? That Qigong, that's Qigong, Negong.
Qigong, there we go.
Oh.
Jeez, Qigong, yeah, there.
It's a martial arts thing, though.
But
Mm-hmm.
it's
But there's
focusing the plasmids.
right, and there's a like sitting in a specific position. It helps focus those plasmoids theoretically into a point. You know.
Then you use to take your consciousness out of body and meditate with, right?
I
or
guess.
from
Well,
meditation into
qigong is external energy. Neigong is internal. It's inside, like focusing inside.
Oh, I see. I see.
And there's like exercises, Neigong exercises that are really simple to do, but they really do wear you down if you don't have the energy, focused. You're going to get worn down quick by doing these exercises because they kind of like they tune you back in. It's a very simple exercise. You basically stand straight and touch your toes 3 times, but first time you touch your toes, you don't bend your legs either. You touch your toes, you bounce down, touch your toes.
Each platonic solid shape has its own musical chord. This I need to look into, and that would be a huge part of the octave scale and tying into what Terrence Howard was getting into with Walter Russell's periodic tables with octave scaling and
you can calculate the resonant frequency of it. You can calculate the resonant frequency of any shape
That's
by
what we
just
need to do.
adding up all the angles. So if you add up all the angles here, you can calculate the shapes of resonant frequency if it was a 3-dimensional shape.
Yeah, I don't even know how many.
That comes back to the beginning where you're showing the Chicks waves on the oscilloscope and then bringing it back into that man. Can we play more of that?
Yeah, you want me to play more of what's her name? Sheila? I'm trying to remember her last name. Let me look it up real quick because I'm pretty sure I can Google it.
And photonic resonance, sonic geometry, and photonic resonance. Let's get into that a bit.
Dudes, here it's thundering and lightning, but there's no rain.
Here it's pretty close to the same. We got a little bit of rain, but yeah, mostly just thunder and lightning.
It's like thundering and lightning, but 0 rain. This is weird. Look at that. Thunder and lightning, 0 rain.
That's sheet lightning, and that is how when it hits, you get forest fires like no other.
Brown discovered that highly charged capacitors would exhibit a noticeable thrust in one direction.
Where did we leave off?
Although awarded a patent for his electrokinetic generator, no one has ever reproduced his experiment until recently. Larry Davenport, shown here demonstrating his replication of Brown's electrokinetic apparatus, explains.
But when I first began to read Brown's stuff, I didn't quite understand the difference between the ion wind devices, which there's a lot of them out there, and some of them are very efficient as far as producing ion wind, and his particular apparatus. I finally decided to do Brown's work in 1994. I looked at his device. I'd tried several different things, and they hadn't worked. And I thought, well, Brown is supposed to be the pioneer of this, or so the people that make the claims and that get the patents, they always refer to his name. So I thought, I'll go back and I'll try to do this.
Is that it there?
Yep. So I'm gonna play it right now.
That is my current research, and yeah, so this is the last one. So future research for all you out there. These are just some ideas for people. How can different frequencies and sonic geometries be used to synthesize different elements? So that's a question for Bob Greenyer. How do sonic geometries build new neural networks? How can sonic geometries be used as antennas for telepathic communication? How can various frequencies and sonic geometry sequences be used to restructure water? How can various sonic geometries influence
That's what Bernie's
our
doing, right?
DNA and
Essentially with the
biology? And that's
electrolysis.
one for Glenn Rain. Will projections of sonic geometries on the body be
Yeah,
able to
you
help
got
us
it.
restructure our
You
cells? Can visualization practices synchronize our consciousness to certain primal archetypal energies encoded?
You said what, Bernie?
freezing. Can you hear me? Can you
Oh,
hear
yeah,
me?
yeah.
My computer's freezing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
there we go. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, you got it. Like that's exactly what I've been thinking it for years since started experimenting.
We can't hear you now. There's no sound.
He froze. I hate when that happens. My computer was doing that.
Oh,
This time I was streaming.
there you go.
Oh.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me
Yeah.
now?
Yes.
All right. Sorry about that. What I was saying is, since the beginning of I got into this stuff, was thinking exactly along these lines. And once the metals are into this pink crystalline transmutational state that Isaac Newton talks about in the electrolysis, when you're putting in the right resonant frequency of the matter element that you want to transmutate the metal into, because you already have through the electrolysis the atomic hydrogen that can then just easily break down from that wave and then break into or join into that structured frequency that you're putting in, that is the atomic mass of the new element being imprinted into that crystalline metal as it retakes shape into the solid state element finishing transmutation.
Wow.
If that makes sense.
It does, but it's a lot to digest, I'm not going to lie.
Well, by electrolysis, he's breaking up the solid metals to begin with, your regular zinc or whatever, and it gets turned into this powder at the bottom, like it looks like a cloud at first, and then but when it gets the electrolysis breaks down the metals into like nanoparticles, like small particles,
as well as the water and the hydrogen and these different forms of hydrogen, being heavy water and all the different isotopes of hydrogens and Brown's gases and all of it. And then if you get a plasma arc going between, or electrical arc between your in the water solution electrolyte between the anode and cathode with that specific resonant frequency going on, I'm pretty sure you'll be very easily creating whatever matter of those specific geometric full frequencies you're putting in, right?
Right, whatever frequency, whatever element you're matching the frequency of.
Yeah,
because of the somatic forms,
exactly.
the somatic. When you do somatics with sound waves, those are also frequencies. They're in the lower range of frequencies. They're not in the higher range like light, but they also make shapes, And if you were to use lower frequencies, those particular shapes may form amongst the materials broken down by the electrolysis. Once they reform, once you break it down into powder and all that, and they turn into like very small particles, and if you still send the low frequency sound waves, like somatic waves, into them, they should matrix themselves into those shapes, just like the sand does on the Chidaldi plate. In water too. It doesn't matter if it's in air, water, or in.
Yeah, and Sheila talks about different mediums.
Like the ice cube, for instance, that Bernie created.
I think Bernie
in
just
water.
dropped. He froze. He might have dropped off.
Those sound waves were being emitted through the material that he generated, the electrolysis.
Yeah, it's like I said the other day. He's taking a slice of time. He's pushing a wave through the water, and he's literally freezing time, and you can see that frozen wave pattern in the ice. It's incredible.
Very, very accurately separated waves in the ice.
Yeah, in all the ice cubes that he shows, all the waveforms are exact. They at least they appear to be exactly the same wavelength, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, I don't think it's a radio station nearby. I mean,
no, but it's interesting. I honestly don't know enough about electrolysis or electrochemistry or chemistry in general for that
so
matter.
he does this thing called GANS, GANS, and it's like the same kind of concept as making Ormus, you know, kind of. And you use, you know, low voltage and or no voltage. You could just connect the two metals together with a piece of copper. Like you said, you connect them with a conductor, and you have zinc and, let's say, a piece of carbon inside of a tub of salt water or even distilled water or whatever kind of water. And then the two metals, they have slightly different potentials, so they'll establish a flow inside the liquid solution, a current flow. And that current flow will establish a voltage and perform, you know, powerless, you know, in other words, you don't need to supply power. It will perform electrolysis on its own, kind of like the Stubblefield coil, you know, iron and copper. They electrolyze each other, and they basically they break down each other. The iron and the copper break each other down naturally.
Yeah, and I'll be honest. I've been studying electrical energy and kinetic energy for a while, but chemical energy is something that I really need to refresh up on. And there's a lot of amazing stuff there that, quite frankly, I'm in the dark about. So.
Well, they don't break them. The iron and the copper doesn't break down, you know, by you know, being iron and copper. They break down by having different potentials electrically, and the potentials have to balance. It's just the law of physics.
Nature wants to balance itself. Anything that's out of balance, it strives for equilibrium. Did you want me to play more of Sheila? Because I'm probably going to end the stream maybe in like 10-15 minutes. But did you want me to play more of Sheila in her conference?
There you go.
Yeah, I can play a little bit more of her, and then I'll probably, I mean, you guys can continue, but I'll probably be ending the stream and going to bed soon.
Yeah, I got to head out and get something to eat and crash too.
Yeah, we forget. We spend so many long sessions on these streams. We forget to eat and stuff. So.
And to make it the golden arches.
I had pizza.
Pizza. Yeah, I had some pizza a little earlier. Thank God I remembered to eat.
If it was just me, like I you know, I would forget about food, but I've got little ones, so you know.
Right. Yeah. You got other people to consider. No, I get that. Yeah, sometimes you forget, but when you got somebody else you're thinking about, you know.
So yeah, the copper probably has like a 1.5 or 1.2 volt or 0.9 volt, and the zinc may have like a different voltage. If it's just slightly different, there's going to be a transfer going on between the two metals.
And we form energy circuits with conscious focus by concentrating.
And at the bottom of the metals, where the bottom of the container where the water is, they start decomposing there first into like a
conjunction with free energy perpetual movement devices.
Usually a white powdery substance. The zinc especially.
And I'm going to go into some demonstrations
that's her name.
now.
Okay, I got it. Her name is Sheila Raman. So I'm going to put that in the chat because I know Tammy was wondering. And she spells her name with 2 E's in Sheila. So Sheila.
But before I do, if anyone needs to get in touch with me, this is my email address. I don't really have a website or anything right now, but just send me an email. And I'm a musician too, and that's my artist name. I make techno. Alrighty, so we're gonna start off.
He's on the Wi-Fi.
And oh yeah, sorry.
Bernie, I think Bernie's back, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, so my other computer's like trying to restart after freezing, and it's saying like dealing with preparing security options, like straight hacked and crashed when I talk about that shit every time.
Wow. Like not.
Has he got antivirus installed on there or something like that? That'll pop up all the.
Oh yeah, I update that shit. It's like, no, there's something else going on, man.
No, I don't even. Those antivirus programs are what doing all those notifications, all that stuff.
Oh no, nothing like that. Like just my computer, everything just froze. It always does that in the stream anytime I start talking about certain things with the electrolysis and transmutation.
It's probably like trigger words that are coded into the hard drive.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. There's some kind of triggering mechanism with flags, you know?
Probably. Yeah. Oh, you can't say no. I'm not gonna say it. Then have this computer go down too.
We need code words. We need to speak in code. Exotic matter, Taryn. What's up, Taryn? How you doing, man?
Nice shout out, Sean, Taryn, everything. Good stuff.
MIB.
Yeah,
William
Black is watching.
Oh, they's always watching.
Oh, let me
playing music in Berlin, Germany. So if you Google Zosar, there's millions of search results. Techno, house, industrial, experimental, ambient.
Techno house. All right, let's dance on that, though.
I have yet to actually listen to her music, but I plan on doing it at some point.
Okay,
and I'll
so
let you know
the
if
next
it's any
thing
good.
we're going to get into is the actual demonstrations
I
from
loved
the frequencies
of
the
techno.
plasmoid
I love
unification model.
I love techno too, and I used to make
And
music,
again,
but
I just wanted
wasn't
to
very good at it,
emphasize
so I stopped.
my whole journey involved
All the good techno, you can't use it though. It's like copyrighted.
geometrical
Yeah, we're gonna be
bases
making
of
some
frequencies
uncopyrighted
building blocks for my
music
production.
that heals soon with the science of sound and
Like the original techno from the 90s and the
got to
early
pump some
2000s.
techno, some EDM, some D&B with
Yeah,
the
keep me updated with
430p and the
I'm all about
solfeggio.
the techno and the trance. I love trance music.
I focus way better.
I can't do the trance. For me, it's a no-go. Trance
So
just
if you like techno, check
like
out
the high energy.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Check out Square Pusher.
Okay.
He's a bass player that makes his drums on the computer and very good stuff. It's techno, like fast drum and beat, bass and drums, kind of like, and good, really good, chord changes and stuff.
Lately, I've been watching classical music infused with techno. It's so good.
What's the artist called? You remember?
Fine.
It's called Sandstorm.
Sandstorm. Ben, you gonna play that or what?
I'm trying to find it.
Oh yeah, my bad.
When I started cracking the code and converting the plasmoid unification model frequencies into a tuning system, my mind was blown because
Okay,
this was the
this
first time
I need to rewatch like
ever
5 times.
I found a system that had 32 frequencies. 32 is the number of notes in each line. I was blown away because all 32 frequencies could be playing simultaneously, and it would incur a stable, unmoving, still standing wave of a
Anyway,
geometry.
right.
So
I was
for
going to say the
me,
same
that
thing.
was
So
super,
32
super
frequencies
exciting.
creates a stable
So I
standing
decided
wave.
to convert
That's
this
totally
entire
accurate too, by the
thing
way,
into
from a
tuning,
technical
a
point of
playable
view.
tuning system.
You can ask
Well,
Anthony too.
yeah, elaborate a little bit, Mike, because that's interesting, and I'd like
Yeah,
to
Well,
these are
because you
huge
have all the,
points right here.
if you have 32 key frequencies, these are like 32 resonant frequencies, you know, like the kind of frequencies that operate the growth of seashells and flowers and whatever it is. You know.
Oh yeah, like the phi ratio.
These frequencies, right? If you have them all being transmitted at the same time, they're going to create a balance from all angles, kind of, you know.
Right. Oh yeah, because they're interfering with each other, but the interference is
That gives you a
creating
standing wave,
Well,
which
think
then
more like
gives
each
you the
frequency
ability to either stand with creating mass or to break through time space. Is that?
No. Think of each key of the 32 frequencies as a geometry, and when they all fit together perfectly, the waves
Give
that
you
they
solid.
create don't dissipate or go anywhere. They stay in one
Oh,
place.
it's a stable wave. Oh, okay.
They all contain each other.
I
help
got
contain
you.
each
I
other.
got you now.
Instead of like a dissipating pulse, you have like a
So
circle.
that's what that you're then
All the
putting like the
geometries are being put
hydrogen
together into
around
one
that
shape.
wave and then turning it into, I see, that's what you're basing it on. Okay.
You got 32 waves, 32 geometries being placed together into one space. In other words, this 32 shapes where if you put an apple on the table and you add another 31 shapes to the space where that apple is sitting, now you're going to have a shape that looks like the apple plus the 31 shapes. So that's the kind of analogy for what the frequencies are doing when they're being transmitted all together at the same time. They're creating all the shapes at the same time. And
but then they're able to stay there on their own afterwards too, right? Or something like that.
Well, I mean, if they're focused in the same direction, they're all going to, create a containing field for any whatever frequency. You kind of imagine that they're going to work together because they're all geometrical shapes that are like key shapes. They're not just some off kilter shape. They're like the actual
interlocked
shape.
into a full volume geometry.
Yeah, they're key shapes. So because you look at all the cells, they also have these shapes. The same shapes, the same all these key geometries. I'm not good with geometry and the names of them all, but you know what I'm talking about. All those geometrical shapes in the book, they can be found in all the cells everywhere you look in the cellular level and the cell level. Those same geometries are there in the cell level.
Yeah. That's part of that theory of everything God code scaling aspect.
They have to get there through some signal on the coming from the outward bound to the inward to where the cell is to give it that geometry. So there's your key frequencies. Yeah. I don't know. I don't lean more on the particle thing. More, I'm on the signal side. It's all matterless creation from sound waves or just signal waves.
Yeah, Terran Earthlings comments. Pretty good there. The plasmids like the omega coherent particles at macroscopic. 100%. That's form the geometry for that. To break through the Coulomb, or the Casimir Coulomb barrier.
I wouldn't be surprised if these plasmoids also have, all of these shapes, triangle, square, polygon, hexagon, octagon, whatever it is.
They do. Plasmoids embody all forms of sacred geometry, according to Malcolm. So, and you can see in different You said what?
I'm just putting it all together in my mind.
Oh yeah. So no,
Yeah,
you
but
can
see
see different slides.
what establishes those shapes though is the cymatic frequencies.
Yeah, I think you're right. And then how they come
You
together and
pump
bond together.
those cymatic frequencies into the plasmids, and then you
Right.
get out the other.
So you have plasmoids in a jar next to those ice cubes generating cymatic frequencies.
But is that frequency driving?
That's what the GANs is.
Right.
The plasma.
Yeah, the GANs would assemble into those, right? You'd pump it into
Well,
that
technically,
stuff.
GANs is plasma, so it should
exactly.
generate, signal waves of of the cymatic range, because they're plasmas.
And the way
Plasma
that I
is not
did
going to
that
form unless it's
is I took
in the
line
right
8
frequency.
through 23.
Right.
The reason I started at line 8, because if you look up here,
It's very hard to get plasma
you
not
can
to form. In
see
fact,
the earlier lines don't have any numerical values. line
incredible
1
what
through
that stuff
7,
does.
Except these, which only have 1. But
See, that's
yeah,
what
so
I'm
I
saying,
started
like,
at
she
line
organized
8,
it a
and
little
then I
bit
just
better.
went through each one of these lines one by one.
Bernie,
and
I did GANs for
gathered
like a
the
couple
list
months.
of numbers.
It's a lot of work.
And I took each one of the numbers.
There's
I converted it into
A lot of jars
sine
and-
tone. So this number 648, for example,
But it was amazing.
My life.
could be converted into a sine tone using a sine tone generator. And just to briefly mention,
I didn't
work
think
with
the metals
sine
would break
tones
apart
because
without
they
giving it
help
power,
us
but
to
they did. They
uncover
really did.
tonal relationships from a
It's
very
insane,
small,
hey? How they
pure
just break down like that.
I
But
tried
when you
salt
start
water and
working
fresh
with
water did
square
it too.
waves,
Bernie, if
and you
you're
start working with
interested in
triangle
watching
waves and
this
sawtooth waves,
conference in full, I
then
can
you
send you
will
a
get
copy if you
different
want.
types of
Yes, please.
information
Please
that can
do.
apply to different
I
types
just have to
of energy
find
systems.
if I don't
Yeah,
have
you
the
got to
copy,
go
I'll have to link
soon.
it.
We'll shut her down, but if you could send me a link to that, I would love to watch this tonight.
Sawtooth, triangle,
I might have to
square,
re-record
and
it. I'll see
sine.
if I can find. So what I did,
And you could
because this
even
conference
use one type of
is a pay-for conference, so I took video clips of it. If I can get those online to
Fair
you, I
enough.
will. Yeah. So
Appreciate.
yeah, no problem. I wish I could send you a direct link, but unfortunately, if you want to go to the Cosmic Summit website, they probably would charge you for
I
the.
think I actually have a link. I need to just figure it out, and I'm gonna try that first.
Okay, yeah. So if you need it, just let me know, and then
Points, and I'll see if it works. I did register, so it should actually hopefully still work.
yeah, if you registered, you should have the on-demand feature, I think.
Perfect. All right.
But this
Very
is
nice.
yeah, and this is very nice.
If anybody's seen the cymatic thing occur, that's for me. That was an eye opener, a door opener, big one.
Right?
Yeah.
Big time.
When I saw this this presentation here, I was shocked, and this is like the first. Like, this is before Malcolm started speaking about all this crazy stuff.
Well, I'm glad. I'm
multi-cell
glad
working.
this is an opener for that because it gives it some good pretense and like.
Does.
Yeah,
and in Malcolm, before like Sheila wasn't scheduled to be in the conference until very recently. So like before, Malcolm didn't have this proof of his PUM actually, working, right? And then she just shows up at the conference and has this amazing evidence that just supports his plasma
and
unification
boom,
model.
and it's literally the missing link in what I believe my transmutation
Called the loss in
electrolysis stuff too. So
Yeah.
I'm loving it, and I'm gonna be watching this tonight.
I mean, Birdie,
Am
you
I
should-
saying it's am I saying it's perfect? It might be flawed in some way. It might not be perfect, but it might not even be a picture perfect, accurate representation of our universe. But it's a close enough parable, I guess what he would refer to it as. It gives us a good story of
It's
how
a
to put
piece.
together everything.
It's a complete dimensional fractal of the universe and the
Yeah.
working universe.
Exactly. Yeah. So I mean, we can take a lot of good things out of this, and it might not be entirely accurate. Who knows? I haven't studied it extensively, but everything we see so far, it's mind blowing.
The whole point is that we then peer review it by taking the information, applying it, and seeing if we get the same results. That's what real science is.
That's exactly why I'm gonna get, when I get my oscilloscope, I'm gonna hook up, like she has the rodent coil doing this. I'm gonna go through these lines myself and recreate her experiment, and I think that'll be a lot of fun.
Bernie, with the you should ever try playing
Not just a lot of fun. That's going to develop the science if we're able to reproduce that and then start applying it into these.
Oh yeah. Oh, just so you know, this one is Malcolm Bendel and his team. This isn't his. So he has two different. There was 2 different days for the conference. This is the second day, I believe. Is this the second day? No.
Okay, start of the second day.
No, I'm sorry. This is the first day. So this is Malcolm Bendel and his team. This is where he goes over the thunderstorm generator. So it's kind of confusing because it's all linked in one. Like they have all 3 or 4 speakers in this one entire stream, and it's not really broken up. You kind of have to seek for it and search for it. If you know what I mean, like it's not organized that well.
Oh, like an APAC, I got it. It's the original recordings of the day.
But it's all, like, honestly, all of the speakers that I saw were amazing. Like, I saw Jordan Collin. He had a great presentation. I saw Bob Greenier. He had an amazing presentation. Malcolm's presentation is great. If you want to look at that one in full, I recommend
Yeah,
it.
Bob Greenier's was just next level. He published it on his website or on his YouTube channel like about a week ago. I've been meaning to do a watch party of a bit on my channel, and we should actually plan that together, do a multi-stream with that sometime next week for sure.
Yeah, and I'd like to get I'd like to get Bob on the live stream if possible. I know he's busy and stuff, but we'll keep on sending him invites and see if he shows up one of these times, because I'd like to.
Been meaning to schedule Bob again. I'll email him and I'll get something lined up with Bob.
Yeah, it was really cool that he showed up for the premiere tonight. I was really happy about that.
This is what's happening inside the thunderstorm generator, because it's generating frequencies, and whatever's inside there is going to take these geometries.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I want to do with the rodent coil. I want to do a proper cymatics test like this. The one I did was not very good.
I was going to say, Bernie, you should try playing a little speaker next to one of the jars with the GANs metal, whatever metal you're using, and just put
and you can do this
432 like pure tone playing at it, or one of the keys.
Yeah, that's literally one of the first experiments with the music and speakers I've been meaning and wanting to do for a while. I gotta.
Or like the jar on top of the speaker, like playing right from the bottom up,
Sheila was talking about using also different materials too for the test, like other than like ionized salt and all that.
Yeah, I've also been wanting to do that.
I forget. She mentions a couple of specific different materials people have been using in the.
That shape's
conference.
amazing.
Yeah, that's cool. But that's basically if you think about it, if you're imprinting a frequency into the air using the pre-ionization chamber, this is basically what you're doing. You're shaping,
Look at that, though. That's just like, how is that possible, dude? This is
exactly.
sound.
It's shaping, and then you crystallize it, and then from the crystal.
That's what's happening. It's crystallizing, and then
The sound wave, the sound
Yeah.
waves have this shape in the air. You can't see it, but that's the shape the sound waves have.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Imagine if this was a clear box, like just a box, but we could and it vacuum sealed, and this thing takes like a 3D image, like shape inside of this vacuum sealed. Like, how cool would that be?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean,
like if it sides, all the
this
sides.
is such a simple test, but I think it tells a lot about how our universe actually operates. This right here.
Right, so it's like that's the next step is I need to start putting these frequencies into my anodes and cathodes directly.
Dude, look at this one. Looks like down.
That's cool. And if you look at it, I can imagine if you zoom out, these are all probably fractal patterns as well.
Of course.
You know, I saw this video that water has memory. They basically brought like a clear plate, and they wrote like letters like on a piece of paper, and then they put the clear plate on top of it, and they filled it with water, and they froze it. The water took the shape of the letters, you know, that were underneath.
Right, I remember seeing that somewhere too. We gotta get a link for that video.
Man, it's like
yeah,
the
definitely. I'd like to see that.
How that, you know, like how does it like freeze in the image of the letters? It's
that's a new
captured
one.
light, possibly reflecting back.
I don't know, but that's mind-boggling, you know.
That might explain where the letters came from. I mean, you look at the churches and the temples and the synagogues and all that stuff. They have the glass windows, panes with those shapes, those cymatic shapes on them.
Yeah. Wow. You know, that's crazy. That is crazy.
Maybe they got the letters the same way through some kind of frequency.
And our universe is a magical place. It's just, you know, there's much things that we still have to discover.
I know the upside down. I mean, the number 5 upside down. The reason why it looks like a 2, there's a reason for that. I don't remember it, but it's a reason.
But that's
there's
interesting.
a reason
Like,
for
you know,
numbers, like numbers, literally they represent dimensions and force vectors within volume, and it's quite the complex thing, but it's a code and structure of the God code, and I've written out like half of it. I got to finish it. You got to be up for several days to start channeling it. And then it's like, I think I'm at like 6 or 7, and it's crazy.
It's real
but
important.
It's there. That.
Sorry, you guys cut out. You said you had to.
Why?
I forgot this one.
Because 7, 8, 9.
Oh, right, because 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
You said you had to stay up for several days to channel something?
Yeah, like physics and like mathematic coding and stuff like that. It's like, but you got to stay up to like day 3, and then like I smoke some weed, and then it's like I'll just like sit there and meditate for a bit, and then it comes to me.
Oh, so it strengthens your connection to the Akashic.
Or source code or consciousness or whatever, but yeah.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it, but it helps you with achieving that enlightenment or whatever, or that epiphany.
You just connecting into that conscious code, essentially. It's like
right. You're basically downloading the information. No, I've done the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what's sun gaze. If you can stare at the sun, it takes a lot of practice. But if you can the sun,
is that kind of like a form of self-hypnosis?
I don't know, but it works. But you don't try it at one time, like every day, just at the.
See, the one time I sun gazed while in that like sleep deprived state after smoking some weed, it was like some other entity hopped in and was like trying to warn of the imminent collapse of the universe, freaking Matrix, and it was not good, not a good experience. I did not like that one. It's a story for another day, though.
Psilocybin does the same thing. Yeah. It puts you in this altered state of conscious. You have like, okay, the first thing that happens on those mushrooms, I'm sure you all know, that you start having laughter for no reason. You start laughing for no reason.
Exactly. It's the fasting.
And then after that goes away. I actually read this up in a little pamphlet on the effects of psilocybin some years after the fact, and everything was accurate in the pamphlet. After the laughter goes away, you have They called the first effect was hilarity, and the second effect was audio or visual. You start either hearing stuff. For me, it was audio. I didn't see any visuals, but I was hearing just about every life form that existed within the next half a mile around me. I swear to God.
Yeah.
I could hear everything, dude. I mean, and it was even at night, pitch black, no moon. I could hear. I didn't need to see, man. I could hear everything.
I know exactly what you're talking about, Mike. 100%. It's like this crazy.
And then if you couldn't hear it, you could smell it. You know, like
yeah. And you're aware of each other. It's crazy.
Right.
I've tried psilocybin, but I've heard like
dead fish ate 7 grams.
See, when you get to that point, then you get the out of body, but it's a bad trip, so you're not in control of your out of body, and like, well, yeah, it's wild. It's wild.
I think
time.
when you get older, though, it's a little harder to handle these things.
Yeah, exactly. Because you might not come back. Something else might snatch it in the meantime.
Medicine. It's an incredible medicine for sure.
Well, they give it to old folks for hearing problems, and I can understand why. You know, it does affect. You know, it affects your hearing. You're like supersonic hearing all of a sudden.
But it is it's also a spiritual medicine, you know, and it's incredible some of the positive
saucer
effects.
sightings occurred while an infant space program.
But
The protein. The only thing I don't like about mushrooms is it has they call it it's like a toxin, you know. I forgot what it's called. It's like fungus, type toxin, and but it's really dense in protein, so you can like eat some and not have to eat for like days. That's why those monks, Buddhists, whatever, they actually use the psilocybin mushroom in their soup before they go on that pilgrimage, so they get their protein like that, and they don't have to eat for days because it's so dense in protein.
Does it grow every? Oh, yeah. Does it grow in a special place?
Yeah, I mean, there's different species of psilocybin worldwide. There's not just like one.
One that is supposed to. Okay, never mind.
No, they're gross.
I possibly find it in my backyard somewhere. This is what I'm trying to say.
If you know what to look for, yeah, but I wouldn't just.
Yeah, psilocybin has been found on every continent on this planet.
Right.
Yeah, it just looks different. Different areas.
All I got to say is know what you're doing when you're mushroom hunting, because there are very similar looking mushrooms in various species that are toxic.
I mean, I've picked kilotons of it in Florida. I'm not worried about the Florida version of it. I know exactly what it looks like and what it smells like, and
just do your research. Just don't go into it blind. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
And I with my luck, I'll probably get the poisonous one. That's all right. I'll pass on that one.
I mean, they decriminalized them here in Michigan, in Ann Arbor.
Well, what I can say about the mushroom, the ones that if you take like a shiitake from the store or a portobello and you smell it, that smell that like it's food.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, usually the poisonous ones don't have that smell. They have no smell, and very little smell, or not. They're not like pungent with that smell. They're like very slight amount of that smell, or they have no color. They're white underneath. They're not black underneath. They're white.
Actually, I want to start growing some mushrooms with my rodent coil.
I wouldn't mess with the ones that are white underneath the umbrella.
No.
Or any of them actually.
I forget what that part's called.
I'm done with those things.
But yeah, it's 1 o'clock. I'm gonna probably end my stream.
Ditto, guys. It's been a good stream. Got a lot of bases covered here.
Good stream. I left some music in the chat if you guys want to listen to it. I left like 3 songs.
Where?
In the private chat.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like classic music Heck no.
No, I'll listen to it. I jam out to that stuff all the time.
The first, and then the last one is like a guitar, like electric guitar music, but the it's really good music, really really good. There's no words, it's just music.
Oh, I'll check it out. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, guys. Have a good night.
Good night.
Yeah, good.
Get some rest.
Thanks, everybody. I really appreciate you coming in, showing up for the premiere of.
You doing a thing Monday then?
Yeah. Nathan and I will probably have a show. We haven't talked about what we're doing. I don't think he has any ideas yet, but I'll probably send him an email tonight.
Did you what was the thing with the flux capacitor?
Edge of my toilet hanging a clock. The porcelain was wet. I slipped, hit my head on the edge of the sink.
Did you? What, we wanted to see that thing. You said you had something going on there.
A picture of this. This is what
You had a LED device.
Oh, me? No, I don't have nothing.
Oh.
I have the yeah, I don't have no device. I had the video that I put out today. That's all. But I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I worked really hard on it to make sure
It came out today. I didn't get the notification.
Oh, you were there, the Flux Capacitor video?
Oh, that was it. The premiere. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah. So yeah, I'm glad you guys showed up and you enjoyed the video. That's all I wanted was to make something that you guys would enjoy and find it educational.
It's awesome work, man. Good stuff. And yeah, we'll plan some more next week and keep her going, man.
Good job.
Sounds good. Yeah, thanks for joining us, guys.
Later.
Have
a good night.
See you, Bernie.
Oh.
Bye, Lulu.
Good night.
Well, we had a wonderful stream with some amazing friends, and we had an amazing premiere, and Bob Grenier himself showed up to the premiere of Divine Science, and that right there just made my night. And with that, I'm going to end the stream on a high note. Good night, everybody, and thanks for the support.
Remember, if you like my content, please consider subscribing and hitting the like button on my videos. Comments and any form of engagement dramatically help us break through the YouTube algorithm. I also have a website with research on the Thunderstorm engine, plasmoid technology, and do-it-yourself guides for Malcolm Bendel's retrofit, courtesy of Jordan from Alchemical Science and the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. Check out my store for exclusive merchandise along with our forum, where you can post questions, share videos, and join in the community to help destigmatize all forms of forbidden knowledge. Don't forget to check out Jordan's channel Alchemical Science and Bob Grenier from the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project YouTube channel. They're on the cutting edge of cold fusion technology. More updates on that coming soon. Stay tuned for a new episode of The Social Situation, where I take you on a